welcome to the third conference on sensitivity research. Very much welcome. I'm pleased to welcome about 75 people here in person, and we have another 180 online. And we are a truly international conference. We have people from all over the world, as far as Japan, New Zealand, Australia, the US, all over Europe, just mention a few. So fantastic to have you all with us. My name is Marco Plus. I'm a professor in developmental psychology. I'm based here at the University of Surrey. I have been involved in research on sensitivity for the last 15 years or so, with specific focus on highly sensitive children and the measurement of sensitivity. I'm also the co-founder and director of the Sensitivity Research Organization, which is organizing this conference together with the University of Surrey. It is my joy to be chairing today's conference together with Professor Corina Greven and Francesca Leonetti. Together we form the Scientific and Organizational Committee. So the three of us organize this with the help of more people, which I'll mention later. So I just want to introduce my colleagues. So Francesca Leonetti will be known to many of you. She's an established developmental psychologist, and she's a professor at the University of Pavia, Italy. Just moved in the last year back to Pavia. She has contributed significantly to research on sensitivity, particularly the development of sensitivity measures and sensitivity in relation to parenting. Corina Greven is a professor at Radboud University Medical Center in the Netherlands. She holds the first chair of environmental sensitivity. Her group is studying individual differences in sensitivity to environmental factors with a specific focus on health and as well neurodiversity. So the conference is organized, as I mentioned before, by Sensitivity Research Group and the University of Surrey. Sensitivity Research is an organization that we launched in 2020. It's run by a group of academic researchers with the aim to share reliable and evidence-based knowledge on sensitivity. We run a popular website which provides information about sensitivity, a range of online sensitivity tests, as well as an online training module, which we just launched a few months ago, and as well a blog on recent research studies. All the content is freely available, and you can sign up for free membership and a free newsletter as well. So this is just a little bit about the introduction, a little bit on housekeeping. So all the presentations and the panel session will take place in here, and all breaks, lunch, poster session will happen in the atrium where you've been before. And then at the leaving reception will take place by the lake. There's a lovely lake here on campus, and I'll show you a map later on, but also our team will be able to walk you over if you're afraid of getting lost, which is possible. There are no fire alarms tests planned for today. So if the fire alarm goes off, we should take it serious and we have to leave the building. You can see the green emergency exit signs. So the nearest exit will be if you go through that door and out there, or if you go through that door this way through the main exit. The main exit is also where you find the toilets, and there will be time for questions after all presentations. We will take questions from the room here, but also questions from the online audience. So we basically, for all the online people, which I welcome very much as well, you can post your questions in the chat, and then Jenny will take your questions and we will post them to the presenters. We'll probably not be able to answer all the questions because we don't have that much time, but hopefully you will have the chance to talk to the presenters during the breaks. Also, the conference is recorded on Zoom, and the recording will be made available to all of you here in person or online. We will send an email next week or in a few weeks to let you know how you can access the recording. All right, and let me share a little bit about the program. So we obviously have the registration. So we have the invited program now, starting with a presentation by Judith Homburg on more biological side of sensitivity. Then we hear about sensitivity and the relation to nature by Annalisa Setti. Then Shuhei Miro will talk about gut health, again, a bit more a biological focus. And then we have a coffee break. of about half an hour, and then we go into speaker session 1, where we'll hear about environmental sensitivity in school children by Monica Baritza-Matajuk. Then Andrew May will talk about environmental sensitivity in refugee children. Danny Lear will talk about parenting, differences in sensitivity to parenting interventions. Robert Mahenke will talk about sensitivity, sleep, and memory, a more cognitive approach. Then we have a lunch break of about 1 hour, which will take place here. Then we go into speaker session 2, where Becky Black will talk about factors that support well-being in highly sensitive people. Grant Benham will talk about loneliness and sensitivity in health. Veronique de Gucht will talk about sensitivity and chronic pain. And Maria Jenslet will talk about sensitivity, post-traumatic growth, and stress experiences. So more sort of applied focus in speaker session 2. Then we will have a poster session. Most of the posters are already up, but basically we'll have a longer coffee break, which will give you the chance to look at all the posters. We will also have a vote on the posters. There is going to be 3 prizes for the best posters. We'll tell you a little bit more about that, but please participate in that. Then we have the panel discussion, which will be on sensitivity and mental health, featuring Corinna Griven, Tom Falkenstein, Liz Roxburgh, Elena Lupo, and I will moderate that. And we'll basically discuss what's the relationship between sensitivity and mental health, and what does that mean, that relationship. And then we'll have a little bit of a farewell. We'll hand out the prizes for the posters. And then you're all invited to join for the leaving reception by the lake, which is just a short walk from here. And then for all those that signed up and registered for the optional dinner, we'll have that from 7, and we'll show you on the map as well where that is. Good. We try to stay in time as much as possible, so we have the breaks. So the presentations, all of them have planned a little bit of time for questions. So I urge the presenters to stick to their time. There's a clock here and also at the back. And we'll give you a warning 5 minutes before the end of your talk and 1 minute before that. All right. So it is my joy to introduce Professor Judith Homburg. She's a professor in translational neuroscience at the Radboud University Medical Center in Nijmegen, Netherlands. Her research group focuses on environmental sensitivity and the understanding of vulnerability and resilience to stress-related disorders through animal-human translation, and her research has a strong biological focus. So please join me in welcoming Judith.
Oh, nice to see you all. Can you hear me like this? Yes, it's fine. So I speak loud enough, not soft. Okay. So nice. Yeah. So the title of my talk was already announced. So towards better understanding of the highly sensitive brain through human and also animal research. Yes. So we talk a lot about that highly sensitive people have a highly sensitive brain, but the question is, what does it actually mean? So what is actually happening in the brain? So we know so far, this is a summary slide from a paper I wrote together with Corinna Greven, also Michael Plus, and also Francesca and several others in 2019, where we kind of summarize what we knew at that time about sensory processing sensitivity. So we know, of course, that genes and environment shape the brain. And that the several brain regions are functioning in a different way, but how does that then contribute to a highly sensitive brain? That is a big question, and of course, I don't have all the answers, but here today I would like to summarize the data that have been acquired so far in humans, but also the animal research I'm doing. So that is my goal for today. So first of all, I wanted to start with a little bit of anatomy. So how is the brain built up? So of course we know it is in your head, but it is a very, very complex organ. It is the most complex organ we have. I think there are trillions of nerve cells in our brain, and they also have many, even more context to each other. So it is very hard to understand the brain. But here you see a global overview of how the brain is looking like. So we have different lobes with also different functions. So frontal lobe, where we usually think, the parietal lobe, where we have more our senses, the temporal lobe, where we have more our memory and hearing, etc., etc. So sometimes later on in my talk, I might refer back to these modes. Furthermore, the brain is built up of different brain regions. For instance, we have the prefrontal cortex, we have the amygdala, we have the vagus accumbens. All these brain areas have different functions, but they don't function in isolation. No, they communicate a lot with other brain areas, and they form networks. So these networks are very important also for this presentation, because these networks have a defined function. There are three very important large-scale networks in the brain, which also will come back later on. These are the default mode network, the salience network, and the central executive network. So the salience network is a kind of bottom-up attention network. So if something suddenly unexpectedly happens, this network is activated. And this is really a key network, because it also determines which other networks are being activated. So either it will be the default mode network that is activated. So that is a network that is active if you are not on a task. So if you are kind of internalizing, if you are going through your memories or are comparing what is happening to something you knew from the past. So you really go internal. But the central executive network is activated if you have to do or perform a task. So then when you really have to focus and pay attention to a certain assignment, for instance. And this default mode network and the central executive networks are functioning in opposition. So if the default mode network is on, you can't have the central executive network also turned on, because it is not possible. We are not capable of turning into yourself and also paying attention to a certain task. So either of these two networks is turned on. Okay, so that is as some background information. So how can we actually measure brain function? Of course, we have a skull over it. So it is not, we cannot directly look into the brain. The brain in principle functions via electrical signals, but these are also very hard to measure in humans. Of course, we can do EEG, but then you can only measure signals on the surface, but not deep into the brain. So in technology that is used often to understand how the brain is functioning is functional MRI. And with functional MRI, it is important to know that you don't directly measure the electrical signals, but you measure actually the blood flow, and especially the oxygen level changes during the blood flow. Of course, that is tightly related to how the neurons are functioning, because there is a neurovascular coupling. So how the neurons are active, that also determines how much blood flow there is. But with MRI, you measure kind of indirectly the electrical signals in the brain via changes in oxygen levels. So what has been found so far? So I think the earliest studies that were done on sensory processing sensitivity in combination with fMRI were from Bianca Azevedo. So she did a study, a small-scale study, where she showed the participants pictures of happy and sad faces, and also from people that the participants knew, but also strangers. So here are, for instance, data from happy faces from both a person that a participant knew and a stranger. And this led to several changes in brain activity. So the more colorful the symbols are in these brains, the more the brain area was implicated. So, for instance, the insula was found to be involved, and the insula is a very important region for integrating all your emotions and senses, and your feelings. Also, for instance, the ventral tegmental area was found to be involved. That is an area where in the back of your brain where the dopamine neurons are located, and it is very important in reward signaling. The somatosensory cortex was found to be affected, which is important for bodily senses. And also the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which is involved in higher cognitive functions, such as attention and working memory. So all these brain areas really make sense when you are looking at these pictures of somebody you know and somebody you don't know. So it triggers emotions, but also some memory, like, I do know the person. And apparently in highly sensitive people, these areas are more active. A next paper, a study that was also done by Bianca, was a study where she measured how childhood was for the people, for the study participants. And then during the study, the pictures were shown that were thought to be induce happy feelings, like cheerful friendship picture and a nice car. And it was measured how brain activity would change as a function of the parroting level. And it was found that if the parroting level was low, that is the minus what you see in the graph, that there were actually not many differences between the high and low sensitive persons in the caudate putamen and the insula. But when the individuals had a very nice childhood, then suddenly the differences appeared. So the highly sensitive persons responded more strongly to these pictures. So apparently how you have been raised influences how your brain has been developed. So that is really very interesting. And also the reverse was found when pictures, very, very awful pictures were shown. When you had a not so nice childhood, then that did not really dissociate the highly and lowly sensitive persons. But if the childhood was very nice, then the brain activity in the amygdala, hippocampus, and prefrontal cortex are actually higher in highly sensitive persons. So apparently, the childhood is a kind of accelerator or augments how the brain is developing and responding to such stimuli. A next study that was a little bit more recent by Michael Schaffer, he focused on the response of the study participants to the hand of the experimenter. So the people were in a scanner and the experimenter put a hand on the hand of the participant, and the focus was on the somatosensory cortex, which is part of the brain where you have your senses for touch, and also the insula. So that is the area where all kinds of emotions and also senses are integrated. And surprisingly, no changes were found between high and low sensitive individuals regarding the somatosensory cortex, but the change was found in the insula. So the insula, so the figure is a little bit difficult to see, but there was a positive correlation between the SPS score and the activity of the insula. So again, it shows that the brain is really functioning differently the more sensitive you are. Yet another study was an EEG study. So EEG, you put kind of electrodes on the brain, and you can measure the electrical activity just below the skull, not deep into the brain. And when participants had their eyes open, but not when they had their eyes closed, a change was found in several oscillations. So the oscillations are kind of waves, and these waves can come in different frequencies. And in the frequencies of beta and gamma, actually major differences were found between high and low sensitive persons. So the more red, the more active these brain areas were. And these correspond to the parietal lobe and the temporal lobe, which are again involved in memory and in senses. So apparently already at rest, with the eyes open, the brain is already more active of highly sensitive persons. Yet another study made use of the human connectome project, and the proxies of sensory processing sensitivity were used. And among a pretty large group of individuals, 408, there was a significant correlation between the proxies for sensory processing sensitivity and a readout for a structural connectivity. And that was specifically found for the prefrontal cortex. So apparently the mean diffusivity, that is a parameter for how the water molecules diffuse through the brain. So if they can diffuse more, then there is actually less tissue because there is more space for diffusion. So this means that there is a structural difference in the prefrontal cortex in highly sensitive persons. And that is really interesting because later on we also will see that especially in the prefrontal cortex, differences are found in high versus low sensitive persons. Then I come to a study that I did together with Corina Greven and a postdoc. Actually, it was Corina's study, so I have to assign all the credits to her. So in Nijmegen, we had the opportunity to make use of a population cohort study. In total, it was the intention to recruit 900 persons from Nijmegen, just citizens. And we could make use of a part of this data set. And these people were just healthy. And they were aged between 30 and 39 because it was thought this is an age where a lot happens in the lives of people. And all these people were deeply phenotyped. So many measurements were done, questionnaires, but also all kinds of lab tests, the blood was taken, etc., etc. So the protocol for this study also has been published, as you see below in +1. So we conducted a pre-registered study with a subset of the individuals, 238 subjects. And we were able to get in the SBS questionnaire that was developed by Veronique de Gucht to have SBS measured in this large population. I'm not sure whether you are familiar with this questionnaire. Basically, this questionnaire consists of two components, a negative dimension and a positive dimension. So the negative one corresponds to questions related to emotion and emotional and physical reactivity, sensory discomfort, and sensitivity to subtle stimuli. And the positive dimension corresponds to affective sensitivity and sensory comfort or pleasure. So we made a distinction between a negative and positive dimension in a data analysis. Luckily, there was an fMRI study in that cohort study, and that involved a movie fMRI. So the individuals had to look at movies 3 times after each other. And these movies were about climate change, healthcare, immigration, but they were every time differently framed. So they were framed in a blame way, in a neutral way, or in a threat way. And so by these repeated measurements, all the individuals had seen all the movies under all the different framing conditions. And then we analyzed the data and we focused on these default mode network, salience network, and the central executive networks, because these are really key in how the brain is functioning. So here I will try to take you through the data because these are not so easy. So in the study, we were not able to compare directly highly and lowly sensitive persons. That's because there was not really a control present, because all the individuals were looking at a movie and there was no fixation cross or something like that to which you can measure the signal, compare the signals to. So instead, what we were looking at, or the assumption that we made, is that the more similar the individuals are responding to the SBS questionnaire, it is more likely that their brain is also functioning in the same way. So the readout here was the inter-subject representation similarity analysis, so a very long name. So we basically measured to what extent the brain was responding in the same way in the individuals that responded in the same way to the questionnaire regarding the negative and positive dimension scores. And we found that for the individuals, the scoring similar regarding the negative dimension on the SBS questionnaire had more alike brain changes for the central executive network and the salience network, only on the threat conditions. So that is what these the yellow and the purple bar indicate. I also wrote it down. Negative dimension score is related to more similar neural responsivity in the central executive and the salience network. So sounds a little bit complicated, but that is what we found. So, but it's interesting that that these findings were only found in response to threat. So apparently, the brain of highly sensitive persons is specially wired to detect threat. We also tried to understand which areas then are implicated, but there was not really one specific area that was contributing. It was really the networks that were functioning differently. Then we also did a correlation analysis for all the regions of interest in the central nucleus network and the default mode network. And there was one spot where we found a significant change. And when we looked into more detail into that, we found that the intersubject functional connectivity between the left prefrontal cortex and the right dorsal medial prefrontal cortex was negatively correlated with the SBS score in a negative dimension. So it means again, and this was only found under the threat conditions. So we see that in the prefrontal cortex, something is happening that is different between highly and, more sensitive and less sensitive persons. That is an interesting given because we also took that on during our animal studies. So actually, I'm a behavioral neuroscientist, and I do a lot of animal research, but my chair is also called translational neuroscience. So I always try to do the research in a translational manner. And you might wonder, so why would we study SPS in animals? Does it exist in animals? But what is important is that the fundament of sensory processing sensitivity is actually based on observations in animals. So many animals also show large differences in their sensitivity to the environment. And I recall from the paper of Elaine Aron from 2012, where she stated that in a very explicit way. So actually the animal research inspired to look into humans for these individual differences into the environment. But of course, in the same time, we know that the animals are not the same as humans, so there will be differences as well. And we will not be able to say that we have highly sensitive animals, but we will be able to say that the animals do differ in their response to the environment. Of course, we could study many animal species, but we focus on rodents, specifically rats. So why would we use animals? So of course, I know people might be very attached to nature and very caring about animals. So perhaps animal research sounds a little bit scary. I don't know. But still, sometimes we do need animal research. For instance, if you want to have more control over environmental factors, if you want to have more control over genetic factors, if you want to do lifetime studies, because in humans, lifetime studies are take very long, because we live for a long time, and the animals have a shorter life. But also, if you want to do invasive studies into the brain, which is of course not possible in humans, or if you want to understand mechanisms in more detail, so we can do the fMRI study, but then you see some blobs in the brain, but you have no idea which cells these are. That is something. Yeah, if we really want to understand, we have to go into more depth. And of course, we can also obtain postmortem material of the animals, which is not possible in humans, at least not in the early stage of life. Okay, so how can we actually measure then this environmental sensitivity in animals? So we have, we have attempted to develop a new model for this because that was not existing. So what you see listed here are the 4 characteristics of sensory processing sensitivity, which are increased emotional reactivity, deeper processing of sensory information, greater awareness of environmental stimuli, and also enhanced susceptibility to overstimulation. And we try to model that in the animals as follows. So we can measure how anxious the animals are to measure emotional reactivity. We can measure how long they freeze if they have been exposed to a threat cue. We can measure how if they show a change in people's inhibition, so how their information gating is working in the brain. And that is actually what we did. So we took a very large group of animals, 110 male Wistar rats, and we subjected them to a series of behavioral tests to measure these different features I just mentioned. So the elevated plus maze test is used to measure anxiety or emotional reactivity. So you put your animal on the apparatus, and the animals can explore it. And the ones that are very scared, they stay in the arms with the walls. We can measure freezing as a readout for deep information processing in a paradigm where the animals are exposed to a cue that was predicting shock, which of course the animals don't like. And to express their memory, they freeze a lot. And the more they freeze, we assume that they were processing the threat more. And awareness of environmental subtleties we can measure then using a pre-pulse inhibition test. So the animals are then put in a cage, in a tube. They hear a very loud sound and they startle. But if that is preceded by a sound just above background, then the startle is inhibited. And the better your sensory information integration will be, the stronger the inhibition will be. For instance, in schizophrenia, where this inhibition is lost, and then it happens that that the individuals respond to any stimulus, also the ones that are irrelevant. Okay, so we have then subjected all these animals to these 3 tests, and we did a ranking score. And so we gave points to the behavior outcomes of the animals and then could make a ranking. And that way we could identify animals that we call low SPS, animals that are intermediate, and animals that are high SPS. And below you see also different graphs showing how different they were on the different parameters. So nice is that all these graphs are based on the same animals. So what we see is that they, in all the parameters, they really differ from each other. And that is, I find myself as a biologist very cool, because we just had a very large group of animals. They were, they were not having they were of course outbred, but it is amazing that you can select these individual differences just among a whole group of individuals. So we found that the highly sensitive animals were just more anxious on the elevated plus maze test, that they were freezing more, that they were startling more, that they show more people's inhibition. And that was what we found. And next, we focus on cocaine addiction. That sounds a little bit strange. Why would you focus on cocaine addiction? Of course, sometimes your research is also driven by grants you get, but we also were interested by drug use, because drug use is often seen as a mechanism to cope with overstimulation. So if you have too much stimulation, you might find your way into drinking a little bit too much alcohol. Yes, I have seen the signal. So we have subjected the animals to a paradigm where they self-administer cocaine. So we can do a surgery in the animals. They have a catheter, they can press on levers, and they can self-administer to cocaine. And what we found during training, that it mattered how we house the animals. So if we house the animals alone in a cage, then they, especially the highly sensitive rats, took more cocaine compared to animals that were housed with others in the cage. So apparently stress triggers them to take more cocaine. That's what we see in this graph. And then we also, during maintenance, we also measured how much they took. So the animals were actually for 6 hours per day in the self-administration cage. By this, we can measure the escalation of cocaine intake. And we found that the high SPS animals took overall more cocaine. That was very consistent. And then we looked into the brain of these animals, and we focused on the prefrontal cortex, because in humans we found that the prefrontal cortex was especially involved in or functioning differently between high and lowly sensitive individuals. And we used Western blotting to identify the differences at molecular level. And we focused on molecules that are implicated in the glutamate and GABA system. And what you see here is an overview. We try to make it easy to see. So the more red, the more it is the ratio of the molecules are increased in high versus low. And what was a particular finding is that there was actually more glutamate signaling versus GABA signaling. We suggest that actually glutamate is a molecule that is excitatory. So that means actually that there is more excitation in the brain of highly sensitive individuals at the molecular level. That is what these data show. And then we also looked what happened after cocaine exposure. And without going into detail for everything, we see that the colors differ a lot for the high and low sensitive individuals. So for the high sensitive individuals exposed to cocaine, we see suddenly a lot of red. So apparently in response to cocaine, the brain is functioning very differently, and perhaps the brain is trying to compensate for this disbalance between excitation and inhibition to keep up, but it might fail. So although we don't know fully understand what this all means, but it shows that there is a major difference between how the brain of the high and low sensitive rats are functioning. And I really am amazed, because we just selected these animals from a group of rats, how differently they are. We also looked into immunostainings, by which we can measure, for instance, in this case, the GABA neurons in the prefrontal cortex, which were less in the highly sensitive rats. So it suggests that there is less inhibition, by which actually excitatory neurons can excite more. So that could be an important reason why the brain regions in humans who are highly sensitive react more. And this is my hypothesis. So what I think is that in highly sensitive individuals, there is less inhibition of excitatory neurons that makes the brain to excite more when there is a stimulus coming in. and that is okay. So the neurons fire more, but if there is too much stimulation, this same system cannot be adaptive anymore, because a normal way to adapt is actually to decrease your inhibition. But if the inhibition is already very low, you can't decrease your inhibition more. And then, highly sensitive persons might feel overwhelmed because, they can't handle it anymore. The brain cannot adjust anymore. Yes, this is actually my last slide, so I hope I just make it in time. So, I gave you an overview of what we know at this moment, and I try to combine human and animal research to advance the understanding of the highly sensitive brain. But of course, we need to do more. We need fMRI study on larger samples. We need a deeper understanding of how the genetic and environmental factors influence brain function. Also, we need to understand how brain function relates to negative and positive outcomes in SPS. And also, we need more research to make the translational, across the translational gap between animals and humans. And this is my summary slide. So we see that the brain of highly sensitive persons is really functioning differently. So several brain areas seem to be more active, especially related to somatosensory function and emotion integration, as well as the prefrontal cortex, which is more important for our cognitive functioning. And using the animal research, we can also identify more which molecules are implicated in that. And I would like to thank several people for all this work who delivered the data, who are listed here. So Corina Greven is here. Christiane was our shared postdoc, and then also several people in my group, but also externally we work with, who contributed to this work. So thank you for listening, and I hope you liked it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Do we have questions? We have time for some questions. If any question in the room? Yep.
Thank you very much. It was really interesting. I'm fascinated by the rat study. So if I understand correctly, so for the cocaine, it was self-administered?
Yeah.
So maybe I missed it, but do you know if the administration was the same between high and low dosage? So maybe like low SPS rats, their dosages, they chose to take maybe less or more?
So
Can you repeat the question for the people?
So I will repeat the question. So the question is about the cocaine self-administration in the rats, so they could self-administer. And the question is whether the animals chose different doses, right? So basically what we do here, we give all the animals the same dose. So they can just make more or less presses for the cocaine. But it would be, of course, super interesting also to make a dose response curve and to see whether that shifts, for instance, to the left or the right, to also determine whether they are more sensitive to the cocaine itself. But that we didn't do.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, like, if the low or higher, maybe they just was there a difference in the number of times that they pushed?
Yes, basically, yes. Yeah. That is the main readout. But we also have readouts, for instance, for their motivations. So we can tweak a little bit the paradigm, and they have to make increasingly more responses to get the drug. And that is also increased in the highly sensitive rats. And so they're also really more motivated to get the drug. Yeah.
And so when you chose a high SPS rat, that was based on the results of your previous work.
Yes, because I also work with other animal paradigms that also show more environmental sensitivity and they show the same behavior. Yes.
Great.
Yes?
Maybe the question at the back. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'm interested in the film which you did and the way you structured by giving positive narratives and negative narratives and the way the feedback came. Would you just talk a bit more about the outcome of that? Like, I'm thinking to say positive experiences has a better effect on the SPS brain as opposed to negative narrative, because we've got a global project called the Happiness Project, which is based on full positivity, which is really big, with millions of people signing up to it. So
Yeah, so just to repeat, here the question is about the movie fMRI. So if I can explain a little bit more about how it was structured, especially on the positive dimension of the movies. And actually that is a limitation of this study because there was no positive framing. That was really missing, right? And that was a little bit a pity because you are fully right. So if there would have been a positively framed movie included in the paradigm, then of course, yeah, we might also have other data. Yes. So that is really, it was either neutral or negative. That is what these data are based on. So that is a limitation.
So has there been research in positive experiences? Yes, obviously we're living in a world which is now full of more doom and gloom, and the narratives are very clear.
Yeah, so if I go in my mind to all the fMRI studies being conducted, I can only think of the happy and sad faces studies. So where the positive stimuli have been investigated, but actually not so much. So that is also something to work on.
Great. Maybe we'll take a online question.
So we had a question online. Could you please elaborate a bit more on the disinhibition hypothesis and its relevance for understanding a potential connection between increased sensitivity and proneness to psychotic experiences?
Okay, but did you say as the last and what kind of experiences?
Increased sensitivity and proneness to psychotic experiences.
Psychotic experience. Okay, so yes. So basically, our brain is based on two pillars: excitatory neurons who make the neurons to fire, and inhibitory neurons who inhibit the excitatory neurons. And this balance is very crucial. So if you are, for instance, in coma, then you have too much inhibition. And if you have an epileptic seizure, then the excitation is too much. So you want this to be imbalanced. But here there might be a change in that balance. And we think that the inhibition of the excitatory neurons is reduced. So this could also be the filter that some people talk about, the filter to stop some information. So perhaps more information is actually being coming into awareness and being considered by your brain. And we think that this contributes to this increased sensitivity of people. And in some way, I don't want to compare this to being psychotic because I don't think highly sensitive persons are psychotic. But to some extent, you could think, that at least biologically, it looks like it a little bit. But perhaps the brain of highly sensitive persons can still organize itself in principle, unless you are overstimulated, where then as I explained, that the flexibility stops, and then then the brain can't process it anymore. Perhaps that might be a little bit more comparable to the psychotic situation. But of course, I don't want to say that sensitive people are psychotic.
There are other questions in the chat. Yeah. There's one that has been highlighted a few times. So people are interested whether it's true that the executive and the default mode network are exclusive of each other. The member had heard on a podcast about new findings that both networks can be working together, and that would be the flow state. Would you have anything?
The flow state?
Yeah, flow state, which would be executive and the default mode network working together.
So perhaps that is a question I need to think a little bit more about. So perhaps I'm not sure, perhaps you can see who is asking that. I'm happy to come back to that, but that's something that my brain also needs some time to process.
Great. Well, I have a question. Well, first of all, I think it's amazing research, and it's really taking knowledge on sensitivity beyond questionnaire-based research to really try to understand the biological mechanism. One question I have is, based on your research, do you think sensitivity, higher sensitivity or highly sensitive people are really, feeling more, seeing more, hearing more, or is it their brains that maybe the input is similar to other people, but the way they process it is differently?
Yeah.
So it's something sort of internally rather than
Yeah,
externally?
I think the latter. So, so the question was, so if it is really your senses that are functioning differently, or is it your brain that is functioning differently? I think it is the second, that your brain is really processing the information that is coming in differently. So I think that the information that is coming in is the same for everybody, but how the brain is dealing with that information is different. And perhaps because of this lack of kind of filter whereby more information is coming into your consciousness, because we get a lot of information and a lot we are even not aware of because our brains kind of stop that. And that is also good because otherwise we would get crazy. But perhaps the brain is wired in such a way that just a little bit more of the information that's coming in we are aware of that, and that makes us more aware of the environment.
Great, thank you very much. Well, we'll move on to the next talk, but obviously Judith is going to be around, so if you have further questions, use that opportunity to ask her more questions. Thank you so much for your keynote talk. All right, we move on to the next invited speaker. So, very pleased to have Dr. Annalisa Setti, who's a senior lecturer in cognitive psychology at University College Cork in Ireland, but originally from Italy. So she researches person environment fit. She looks particularly at sensory processing sensitivity or environmental sensitivity in and outside of the lab, particularly in natural and urban spaces. Her work has been funded by Horizon Europe, Research Ireland, and the Erasmus Alliance for Innovation. So she will talk to us about sensitivity and nature.
Thank you very much. So I have to start my timer to make sure that I'm keeping time.
What's this?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the mic. So yeah, thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me. So I will talk about some work that we have done on sensory processing sensitivity within a broader framework of study of health and climate change. So oh, that's not it. That's it. Is it? No? Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Okay. So first of all, in case I run out of time, thank you very much to my collaborators, those that are actively in the lab, those that have collaborated in research, and the students that are working with us, that work with us this year as part of their undergrad or postgrad degrees, and Tig, who is a PhD student and is here. So as my background is embodied cognition, I will ask you to just do a small exercise. And I know when people say that, and I'm in the audience, I'm like, great, time to check my email. But, but please don't do that. So close your eyes or keep them open, whatever you want, and think about near nature. So when you experience nature in your life, so when you walk to work, maybe you go through a boulevard or a park, or is it in your spare time? Do you have nature nearby? And try to picture, do you see people, what you feel, what your body feels, what is your mood, and really picture what is it like. And I suppose the research question that we have in our lab is to try to understand this relationship with nature in urban context, but not only. How does it work in terms of improving our being or not, our cognition? We know there is a host of research showing, for example, that LT aging is supported by nature proximity. And also we're very interested in applied setting. For example, we work with Cork City to try to implement nature-based solutions. So this said, this is the walk through the talk, and what I will talk about, and by all means, credit to the nice slides to Anna O'Brien that work in our lab. So I will go through some research on that we have done in the past on sensory processing and nature connectedness, how it relates to well-being and flourishing in particular, a pilot EEG study, and then go into climate change and planetary health. So our research and others is really strongly supporting this relationship between sensory processing sensitivity and nature connectedness. Nature connectedness assessed with self-report. And we have shown that in several studies, and we have also shown that one of the potential pathways is awe. So the experience of awe mediates this relationship between sensory processing sensitivity and being connected with nature. So in terms of flourishing, a recent study that is just published in Francesca and Bianca's Video special issue, we looked at a mixed method study. So we had participants responding to the HSP-12 scale, well-being, flourishing, chaotic home environment, nature connectedness. But we also interviewed a subset of participants. And the idea was to see if the relationship between sensory processing sensitivity and flourishing, which is negative, unfortunately, could be moderated by a chaotic home environment in a negative way and by nature connectedness in a positive way. And that's what we find for nature connectedness and not for flourishing, not for chaotic home environment. So here we divided in groups, although the interaction is on continuous, but for ease of representation, as you can see, the higher sensitive group at the top quartile in the HSP scale have lower flourishing, but if their nature connectedness is higher, their flourishing is higher. So this was a study on middle-aged and older people because they seem to be a little bit neglected. Sometimes the middle-aged, they're not in aging research, but they're not in children research. So they're kind of there in between and nobody cares. So we decided to focus on them. And what we find is that in fact, it is a significant variable. So in the interviews, several interesting themes come out, but again, nature is the one that I will focus on, and is really this deep sense that nature is part of your life. As a highly sensitive person, all the interviewees were selected based on the HSP-12 scale. So nature is important. So what we have so far is that in terms of qualitative and quantitative surveys, so self-report, there is this association that is actually interesting, holds. We have used different scales, some more spiritual connectedness with nature, some more practical, I need to go out in nature, and it holds. So what we set out to do then is try to understand, if we go back to our example of us walking to work or playing in the park with the children, what happens there? So we set out to do a mobile electroencephalography study, which was very much led by my colleague, Jason Chan. So any technical question, by all means, refer to him. So what we did, it was a quite ambitious study, maybe over-ambitious. We had the attention network test. Then the participant would walk in an urban park, then do the attention network, come back after 2 weeks, same thing, but in an urban context, and of course, counterbalanced. And our office, our department actually has these 2 routes readily available, so it was quite convenient. But the problem with that is that, oh no, I didn't start my timer. The problem with that is that the Irish weather doesn't always look like that. So we have a very small number of participants, but even with a small number of participants, and you see simulated participants as well as real participants, we find effects on alpha and low beta, for example, over the right temporal electrodes, suggesting a lower amplitude. So, so I suppose there are differences in the brain, and we look at perceptual sensitivity also in experimental tasks using the sound-induced flash illusion, which interestingly enough has been linked not only to alpha, but is also been linked to modulation of gamma band, which in turn is associated with GABA and glutamate. So, so that's also an interesting link with the previous talk that could be explored. So finally, we wanted to look at closing the loop. So nature benefits, but what happens when nature presents as a stressful, potentially stressful stimulus? So we looked at climate anxiety, and we looked at an experimental design where we presented people with climate related disaster versus a control condition. And the people are randomly allocated 100 and something participants, 103 participants. And what we find is an effect on affect, so an interaction between sensory processing sensitivity and negative affect, whereby if you are higher on the sensory processing sensitivity, you are more affected by watching a video of a climate disaster as opposed to a video of weather forecast, which sometimes is also a disaster in Ireland, but that's a separate question. So this mirrors actually a study that we have done with exactly the same experimental paradigm with when the videos were beautiful nature versus urban, and we do find an interaction with positive affect. So very quickly, going back to planetary health, what is planetary health is this idea that the health of the planet is closely linked to our health, and we are all in it together. And there are different dimensions to it that we explore. For example, in this European project that we work on multidimensional health. And what I would like to reflect on just finally is actually if we look at the research, ours and others, on nature, climate that is starting to emerge, and sensory processing sensitivity, there are many different parts of this jigsaw or slices of this wheel that speak to the fact that sensory processing sensitivity as a particular sensitivity to nature and climate. So I want to leave you with a question, which is, can people with higher sensory processing sensitivity be then as part of this planetary health framework that we very much need, I would argue, in the present time? Are they climate ambassadors in a way, or can they be based on this psychological, this biological connectedness with nature, and also the sensitivity to the negative impact of our human action on nature? So that's me.
Thank you very much. You can stay here, and we have some time for some questions. Do we have some questions in the room? At the back.
Hi. Thank you for that. Me and my partner, we both I we run climate advice and what and I have to say this research really helps us because we run our workshops in rewilded areas, and what we've noticed is that we work with climate activists about, and we bring them to a place where they reconnect with nature in a very deep way. Have you done much more research with climate activists who are suffering from anxiety in your work?
No, but it's something.
Repeat
Oh,
the question.
sorry, sorry. So the question is, sorry. It's like being on TV. So the question is about research with climate activists in relation to eco-anxiety and climate anxiety, because the person that is asking is involved and runs workshops on the topic. And I think it's a very important topic because really we need all hands on deck, and everybody can have hands on deck in different ways. And I think it's very interesting, and also kind of interesting because it goes in the direction of looking at the positive. It is a challenging space to be, the climate change and the activism. So the fact that people that recognize as highly sensitive can work in this space, I think is one of the, it speaks to this interaction that you have with the environment and the positives of the trait. So it's an interesting space. And I think it's very interesting for me to look, because I come from a cognitive perspective and neurocog, to understand then really going back to the cognitive function and the brain function and how that pans out. So I think it's a very interesting space.
Thank you. Any other questions from the room? If not, we go online. Do we have an online question?
It's just the same.
Just the same. All
I
right.
think there is a question there.
Okay, Robbie, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question regarding your study where you showed that low and higher sensitive individuals were flourishing less. Did you control those studies for neuroticism or some other control variables?
So
The question.
sorry, repeat the question. The study on flourishing, there was a negative association. The question is if we control for neuroticism. So we find that we control for negative affectivity. But I think the interaction is, we do find this negative association of correlation in other studies as well. I think the interesting part for me is that nature seemed to modulate. And if you look at the graph, actually, it doesn't really, for those that are very connected, it's not different from others. So I think that's an interesting one. But we have a study on on students, and it doesn't seem to work the same way. So that's something that I would like to investigate further.
Thank you very much. I have a question as well. So it's a very interesting thing to look at, because in psychology, we often look at the individual, what happens in the brain, and we measure questionnaires. But actually, given that sensitivity is about, to a large degree about how we perceive and respond to the environment, your research is really interesting. But you seem to find more that the more sensitive people are more negatively impacted by sort of a low connection to nature or not experiencing enough nature. So does that mean that for a highly sensitive person, to flourish, it's really fundamental that they experience nature, that they spend time in nature more than other people?
Yeah, I think so. And actually, we have some preliminary data that look at burnout in students that suggest that. And I think also the qualitative work suggests that. And I think the interesting complement to the qualitative and the more questionnaire-based is to do more, for example, in vivo EEG in the real environments, and try to understand really what is that makes this subjective need for nature, how does it happen, in the brain. I think is a very interesting question.
Great. Well, thank you very much. You all have the opportunity to experience a bit of nature because we have a nice lake not far from here. So we'll have the drinks by the lake, but also if you need a little bit of fresh air during the lunch, feel free to maybe do a quick walk around the lake. All right, so we move on to our next presentation. So, all the way from Japan, we have Dr. Shuhei Imura. He's an early career developmental psychologist, but very active in his research. So he received his PhD in psychology from Chuo University in 2019 and has been working as a lecturer at Soka University since 22. He's interested in the role of environmental sensitivity in psychosocial development during adolescence. So very welcome and looking forward to your talk.
Konnichiwa. Hello. Yeah, my name is Shuhei Imura. So I'm from Japan. So, so I'm sorry. So this is my first time in the UK. Oh, it's my voice, right? I feel a little nervous, but today, so I'm very happy to be here today. So I'd like also, I also like to express my gratitude to Professor Prus for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so very much. So I identify myself as a developmental psychologist, but today I'd like to talk about a different research topic, environmental sensitivity and gut health. So you can download the slides for this talk by scanning the QR code. It's displayed on the first 3 slides. So please feel free to scan it if you want. So I might be a highly sensitive person. When I feel stressed, I often have stomach problems. So this is happening to me right now. Yeah. So the main message of my talk is that gut health might be very important for people with high sensitivity. At first, health may seem simple, but human health has many parts. This slide shows the famous declarations by the WHO. The WHO says that health includes physical, mental, and social well-being. When we look at mental health, you may know that many studies show a link between environmental sensitivity and mental well-being. Recent studies clearly show that high environmental sensitivity is linked to more mental health problems like depression and anxiety. When we look at mental health, as you know, sensory processing sensitivity or trait sensitivity, as defined by Dr. Aaron, means that people get easily overwhelmed by stimuli and have strong emotional reactions. As you know, scales such as the highly sensitive person scale and the highly sensitive child scales are used to measure this trait. So it's natural to see a positive correlation between trait sensitivity and mental health problems under stressful conditions. What about physical health? We might think it's also linked to physical health problems. However, there's much less evidence for this than for mental health. There may be some reasons for this. First, since we are psychologists, we often focus on mental health problems. Second, studying physical health needs medical knowledge, which can be hard for us psychologists. Also, when I work with microbiologists, I learned that researchers from different fields need to collaborate to investigate the correlation between our gut and our mind. If anyone here is interested in the relationship between trait sensitivity and physical health, I suggest that you consider undertaking a systematic review or meta-analysis in the near future. Or perhaps we could work together. In my own review, it appears that there's a weak to moderate correlation between sensitivity and physical health problems. 6 years ago, I had a chance to work with the R&D department of a Japanese food company. With them, we collected data on trait sensitivity, gastrointestinal symptoms, and gut microbiota, and inflammation. I will now briefly talk about three of our findings. First, we did a questionnaire survey to study the link between trait sensitivity and gastrointestinal symptoms. Second, we used both questionnaires and biomarker tests to study the link between trait sensitivity, inflammation, and gut microbiota. Third, we did a more detailed analysis of the second study to look for specific gut microbiota species that may be involved in the link between trait sensitivity and inflammation. This slide shows study 1. It's based on data from 863 Japanese adults. Figures A to E show the link between trait sensitivity and the following gastrointestinal symptoms during the past week. That is acid reflux, indigestion, abdominal pain, constipation, and diarrhea. The vertical axis shows how severe or frequent the symptoms are. The horizontal axis shows trait sensitivity measured by the HSP scale. Even after we controlled for gender, age, and body mass index, we found that higher sensitivity is linked to more gastrointestinal symptoms. These results are similar to previous studies. There are two possible ideas for these findings. One idea is that people with high sensitivity may actually have more symptoms like acid reflux and abdominal pain than people with low sensitivity. But more data is needed to confirm this. For example, participants' history of gastrointestinal diseases. Another idea is that highly sensitive people might report more symptoms because they feel pain or discomfort more strongly. More research is needed to understand this link. This slide shows study 2. It's based on data from 88 Japanese adults. The vertical axis shows the inflammatory response measured by C-reactive protein, CRP. The horizontal axis shows trait sensitivity measured by the HSP scale. Figures F and Z show regression lines for two measures of gut microbiota diversity. We found that people with high sensitivity showed an inflammatory response when their gut microbiota diversity was low. When their gut microbiota diversity was high, this was not seen. I find these results very interesting. However, because we are psychologists, many of us are unfamiliar with biomarkers such as inflammation and gut microbiota. Actually, I don't know much about them either. So let me explain these biomarkers briefly. First, inflammation. One important biomarker is C-reactive protein, CRP. A high CRP level in the blood shows that there is inflammation in the body. CRP levels can also rise because of infections or collagen diseases. Interestingly, recent meta-analyses have reported that people with mental health issues like depression often have high inflammatory responses. That's why inflammation is used as a biomarker for mental symptoms like depression and anxiety. Next, gut microbiota. Gut microbiota is a community of bacteria in the large intestine. These bacteria play many roles, including digestion, decomposition, metabolism, and immunity. It's estimated that there are over 1,000 different types of bacteria in the intestines. and each person's microbiota is unique. The the gut microbiota is influenced by diet, medication, birth method, ethnicity, age, and other factors. So there are several ways to measure the diversity of the gut microbiota. For example, figure F shows the differences in the number of observed bacterial species, and figure Z shows the differences in the biological diversity based on phylogenetic tree. This slide shows study 3. As mentioned so far, we focused on the diversity of the gut microbiota in study 2. Because of this, we didn't initially investigate which specific bacteria were involved. So we did a second analysis of the study 2 data to answer this question. At the family level, our analysis suggests that the family Manipulaceae, I don't know how to pronounce it, might be involved. So at the genus level, species like genus Bacillissimonas might be part of the link between trait sensitivity and inflammation. We also found that when these bacteria were low, happening. Okay, thank you. So we also found that when these bacteria were low, there was a positive link between trait sensitivity and inflammation. I will briefly introduce some findings that may be related to our research findings. Interestingly, evidence supporting brain-gut microbiota interactions is growing every year. For example, there have been reports that when fecal samples from patients with depression are transplanted into germ-free mice, the germ-free mice exhibit depressive-like behaviors. Additionally, recent meta-analyses have reported that many individuals with autism spectrum disorder who exhibit sensory hypersensitivity also experience gastrointestinal symptoms. Plus, there is also evidence that gut microbiota is associated with several psychiatric symptoms, such as anxiety and Parkinson's diseases. I don't have time to explain everything in detail, but our analysis suggests that differences in the trait sensitivity may be involved in brain-gut microbiota interactions. Now, let me talk about some future ideas. First, considering brain-gut microbiota interactions, interventions aimed at improving gut health might also be effective in enhancing mental health. Second, from the perspective of differential susceptibility theory and Banting sensitivity theory, dietary and nutritional interventions might be especially effective for the health of highly sensitive individuals. For example, we could test if taking supplements or drinks that improve gut microbiota balance can change depressive symptoms, depending on how sensitive a person is. So let me review the main message again. The most important point is that gut health may be important factor for the well-being of people with high sensitivity. Also, because of brain-gut microbiota interactions, gut health might be important for mental health too. So finally, I thank my collaborators from the R&D department at Meiji Corporation Limited. I also thank yogurt, which I eat every day to help keep my gut microbiota healthy. Thank you all for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much. You can keep the mic.
Okay.
Do we have some questions? from the room?
Thank you very much.
Yes, go ahead.
I
Could you
think.
repeat the question and maybe something
Ah,
else.
I'm sorry. I forgot it. Thank you for your question. Yes, I think that's important question. Yeah, but so the research in this area is now started. Now so as you know, my English skill is so limited. So can I use a translator? This is.
Translate. I wish I could.
あ、すいません。この分野の研究は始まったばかりですので、無意識の過程について研究することはこれから非常に重要だと思います。
Research in this field is just beginning, so I think studying unconscious processes will be very important in the future.
It's okay. I'm sorry. Yes.
It's quite amazing.
This field is just beginning,
Oh,
so I think studying unconscious.
yes.
Let's go here. Yeah.
Fascinating area.
Yeah.
And I'm just curious, are you saying that there haven't yet been any studies studying good quality probiotics on sort of highly sensitive people, and interestingly, how they would impact non-highly sensitive people as well, the difference in the greater the impact of this? Has there been any research on the use of good quality probiotics?
I'll repeat the question so you can think about it. So the question is whether there is basically not much research on the impact of the gut microbiome on insensitive people.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Yes, I understand your questions. So, but it's difficult to answer in English. So,
Well, I think you probably addressed it already in your talk that there's basically I'm not aware of anyone else that has done research on the gut microbiome. There's a lot of research on the gut microbiome, that there's little on sensitive people. So you're innovating the field by looking at this association.
yeah.
Really. But I absolutely agree. It's a really interesting thing. Specifically, we will talk later about the link between mental health and sensitivity, and the gut microbiome might be a potential link to that. Let's see, do we have any online questions?
Yes.
So they wanted a bit of clarification. So does the microbiota constellation of an HSP look different from non-HSPs?
So interestingly, the individual differences in price sensitivity is not correlated with gut microbiota balance, but I don't know why we obtain these results. So that's important question. So we need to more study in the future. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much for, I know. When we when we invited Shuhei, he was telling us that he hasn't really been speaking much in English. So he took on that challenge. So very well done for a really good presentation. Obviously, these talks will all raise additional questions, but I think they all show that there's a biological basis to sensitivity. There are brain mechanisms, structural differences that have an impact on sensitivity, but also how we respond to the environment, how sensitive people respond to the environment seems to have an impact, a biological impact, as well as the microbiome. So I think it really shows that sensitivity is not just a psychological construct that we measure with a questionnaire, but there are biological realities to that. So we're done with our first block. We now have half an hour break. So we have tea and coffee outside there. I think there's also some fruit if you want to think of your microbiome. The sun is shining. Feel free to go. If you go out this side, you can enjoy the sun a little bit, and then we'll be back in half an hour. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome to these speaker sessions. We have 4 great researchers and scholars who agreed to share with you all their research findings. And we start with Professor Monica Barila-Macescu. She's a researcher and professor at Wsej University in Lublin, Poland. She combines qualitative and quantitative research method to study environmental sensitivity in relation to professionals and school context. And she will give a talk on environmental sensitivity in school children. Thanks, Monica.
Thank you very much. May I put it here? Yeah. Okay. Is it okay? Yeah, bit here. Okay. Is it okay? Thank you very much. Thank you. It is a pleasure for me to be here. I would like to talk a bit about environmental sensitivity in school children. We made even some years ago some research. We are continuing now trying to analyze the psychological aspects of high sensitivity. So the sensory processing sensitivity, environmental sensitivity are gaining recognition in research. This conference is an example, and also having a place of environmental sensitivity sections in the most important conference in the world. So growing interest in both personality psychology and educational psychology field. So we also know from the research made so far that early identification of high sensitivity is crucial in child development because of those importance of quality of environment especially for highly sensitive children. So understanding sensitivity affects both challenges and opportunities. In educational settings, we try to answer the question, how do highly sensitive children function psychologically, big word, in educational context, because our teachers are familiar with the way how to assess and identify different spheres of functioning of children. We decide to do it again and ask them about the manifestation of the trait sensory processing sensitivity in different spheres of functioning. So we prepare focus groups, some semi-structured review, and record them and analyze in vivo thematic analysis. And after using a lot of frustration button, we try to figure out what themes might be the most important in primary domains of sensitivity. So we asked about different manifestation of the trait in spheres of functioning, physical, interpersonal, emotional, and cognitive, and try to cover them with the names more informative. Please remember, it is not the way to label, it is to understand. So in physical domain, we found that somatic sensitivity is important, a heightened awareness to bodily sensations, sensitivity to physical discomfort. Oh, and I forgot to mention that those are results from the teachers of primary school children, so from 1 to 3 grade. So they may complain of physical discomfort when stressed, all those belly ache and headaches, overstimulation champions, which we understand as struggling with sensory overload but developed coping mechanism, heightened reaction to noise, light, texture, needs structure environment with sensory breaks. So a lot of information from teachers. One of them said that he figured out that this is about the hunger issue. So sometimes ask children at the beginning of the class, do they eat breakfast, and found that some reactions, their behavior might be the result of a hunger, and he identified it as some manifestation of sensitivity. In the interpersonal domain, we find social hermit, so prefer solitude or very small social groups, observe social situation before engaging with this pause before acting, may be perceived as shy or withdraw, but this is more complex. So friendly activist and approbation seeker, by we understand as seeking validation and approval from others, also to make sure about and feel safe. Sensitive to criticism and rejection, and strong desire to pleasure authority figures. In this friendly activist, it is socially engaged but selective, but quotation, advocate for others and value authentic relationships. So, or maybe to respect with the time that is passing. So in emotional domain, emotional container, hold emotion inside, anti-overwhelm, reach inner emotional life, may appear calm until reaching emotional threshold, fearful of safety, in safety, searching, so seeking emotion, seeks emotional security, anxious in new or unstructured situation, benefits from clear expectation and clear routine, easily emotional, like quick to show emotional respect, emotional reactions may seem disproportionate and needs support for emotional regulation, especially for adult caregivers, from adult caregivers. And nature friendly, so we find from the presentation from Annalisa, we also confirm that finds emotional regulation through connection with the nature world, calmed by outdoor experiences. A lot of teachers confirmed that that was something that really calmed children, shows empathy toward animals and environment. So mostly a lot of environments, most of environments, except insects. So empathic, compassionate, strong emotional response to other feelings, deep concern for others' well-being, also may absorb emotional atmosphere of surrounding. And cognitive domain profiles showing us the careful climber thema. So approaches learning with caution, needs time to process information before responding, prefers step-by-step instruction, especially in the first grade. So analytic giant, strong critical thinking skills, looking for something deeper, asking deep questions, notice patterns and connections others miss, deep thought information processing, and the moral guardian that we understand as strong sense of justice, fairness, concerned with ethical consideration, and may question rules that seems unfair. Intellectual explorer, self-critical judge, and artistic visionary are the next three. So sometimes it were a quotation like it is such a mega 0-1 situation here. Like when found that something is unfair, is the first person who figure out and tell about it when the climate is cooperative, like is open to that. So some conclusion from this part of research. So high intensity of sensory processing sensitivity manifests across multiple functioning domain. So looking for this core sensitivity factor is very important. Comprehensive understanding of highly sensitive children serves as a protective factor, which also supporting from this positive psychology approach as a resource that can help in a proper development. Social attention requires at both proximal level, like immediate classroom environment and also broader environmental context, school structures and policies, because there is still a lot of children at the same class in Poland. So development of structured protocol necessary for teacher-child cooperation, just to feel safe about some things. So the practical implication from this part is research trainings on recognition and support highly sensitive children as all the children. So we use here this temperamental-based approach, thinking about we all are needs and we all need to meet them. Environmental modification to reduce overstimulation, instructional strategies that accommodate sensitivity, emotional support system for both children and especially for educators, and parent-teacher collaboration to ensure consistency. So the future direction from our point of view are longitudinal studies of HSC development trajectories. We have some contacts with parents that we start research 5 years ago. So trying to cover the way how they develop in different profiles of schools. So intervention studies to test supportive strategies, and something which I found myself very interested, cross-cultural comparison of sensitivity manifestation, because it is also about, we analyze behavior, but it is also have connection with socialization process, which we expect as an ideal personality for different cultures. So integration with neurodevelopmental research. Thank you very much for your attention. And at the end, I would like to, because we use those metaphors in research and also for training for teacher, we use the metaphors of vineyards, the grapes for the beginnings, that at the vineyards, there are roses at the end of the wine lines. So there are not to make it beautiful, they are detecting primary difficulties. So sometimes reaction of highly sensitive child at the classroom is not, this is only in your head, it is about initial detection of some things that can be fixed at the preventive level, at the level of psychoprophylaxis, not intervention. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot to Professor
Sorry.
Monica Matescu for your talk. And are there any questions from the room?
Could you comment, I'm very new to this area of research, so I apologize if this is a this question, but in each area, have you or do you know much research about highly sensitive children and gifted education, for example? What is that?
Yeah,
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, I will repeat the question. Is there a connection between gifted children education and sensitivity? There was one hypothesis that at the very beginning that gifted children are the same as highly sensitive children. So of course there are two separate lines of research, but a lot of gifted children is found at highly sensitive because of depth of processing, the way they perceive and process the information, which help them to analyze more. And I think there are more experts in here from me. So if you would like to add something, Michael? No? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Other questions from home, maybe on the Zoom?
Oh, thank you. So there is a question about are this data from primary school? Do you also have data on gym, maybe in Switzerland? There is such a competitive and stressful environment?
Those are data from primary school, from the 1st to 3rd grade from the teachers. We also have data from parents and teachers and parents from kindergarten school age. But do I know about the results in Switzerland? No. So not in that kind of semi-structure, analyzing different spheres of functioning. So maybe just me, I don't know.
Thank you. So there is another question. So with the supportive interventions, which intervention studies you refer to?
We prepared ABC sensitivity program for primary school children. It is for 12-week program, and we base for temperamental based intervention approach. We also use this positive psychology approach about finding resources. I forget the word. Okay, the way you use resources as something that makes you, so something specific for you, and if we find sensitivity as something that might be very specific and impact on different spheres of functioning.
Okay, thank you.
I hope I answered.
We take a last one, and then maybe you can connect afterwards. during
Sure.
the breakfast. Yeah.
I was wondering, also have any information on neurodevelopmental conditions of these children working together, like severe or
Yes. So, yeah, I repeat the question. Do we control the neurodiversity in these groups? Yes, we invite children without the diagnosis from the centers of psychology and psychiatry centers, and children who are underdiagnosed. So those was excluding criteria. Sure. Thank you very much.
Okay. It's the turn of Dr. Andrew May. Dr. Andrew May is a lecturer based at Kingston University. He's a human genetist with also expertise in psychological research. He's interested in psychological development and on genetic correlates of environmental sensitivity, and will give a talk on predictors of environmental sensitivity in Syrian refugees children. Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction, Francesca, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm looking forward to sharing with you a study of ours that was recently accepted for publication titled Predictors of Environmental Sensitivity in Syrian Refugee Children. And this is work that I completed as part of my postdoctoral fellowship here at the University of Surrey. So to begin with some brief background to this study, it's now well established in the literature that children differ in their response to the environment. And this is true even for children embedded in identical contexts, and even for children who are subjected to highly adverse events, as is the case for Syrian refugee children who've endured through numerous experiences of war exposure and forced displacement. Now, much to my relief, this is an audience that I don't have to spend much time convincing that part of the reason why we see these inter-individual differences in how children respond can be ascribed to environmental sensitivity. Over the past decade, there's been significant progress in expanding the environmental sensitivity meta framework. The trait can now be reliably measured with a number of different self-report instruments. We know the behavioral spectrum from dandelion to orchid. And thanks to a recent heritability study, we know that variation along that spectrum arises from approximately equal contributions from both genetics and the environment. What we don't know so well are which are the specific genetic and environmental factors that help to shape sensitivity as it's being calibrated during childhood. To date, there have only been a handful of empirically suggested variables associated with the development of sensitivity, such as short gestational age, maternal stress and care, parenting style, and consistent environmental harshness, which have all been linked to heightened sensitivity. So the aim of our study was to broaden the search for potential predictors of environmental sensitivity in a large cohort of Syrian refugee children. And to do this, we assessed over 40 variables that characterized the lives of these children, and we attempted to identify those that were associated with self-reported sensitivity. And given the consistent harshness of this environment, I started with the admittedly one-sided hypothesis, proposing that at the very least, negative environmental variables would be associated with greater sensitivity. So moving on to the methods, the participants for this study were all members of the BioPath study, a larger investigation of biological pathways of risk and resilience in Syrian refugee children. So then beginning in 2017, 1,600 children between the ages of 8 and 16 were recruited along with their caregivers from informal tented settlements in Lebanon. For the purposes of this study, we then excluded 6 children who had post-recruitment errors in data capture. And then to improve the uniformity of the sample, we excluded 171 children whose primary caregiver was not their biological mother, and then a further 14 children who chose to report on the parenting quality of someone other than their mother. So this left a final sample of 1,409 children, of whom 898 were successfully recontacted 12 months later during wave 2 of data collection. So as part of the BioPath study, children and caregivers completed a comprehensive battery of questionnaires that were administered by trained research staff. And these questionnaires were intended to assess a wide range of variables across multiple ecological systems, from which we selected a subset that were theoretically relevant to environmental sensitivity. These included variables from the individual level, such as self-reported sensitivity using the highly sensitive child scale, variables from the family level, such as maternal mental health and the home environment, and variables from the community level, such as bullying and social support. So to determine whether any of those variables were associated with self-reported sensitivity, we made use of a statistical test known as multivariate adaptive regression splines, or MARS for short. MARS is an automatic non-parametric feature selection technique that can consider both linear and non-linear relationships. And to do this, instead of fitting a single regression line, MARS builds regression models by piecing together a series of lines, each of which is referred to as a spline or a hinge. So just to give you a very brief overview, MARS can be divided into 2 phases. The first is a forward pass. And in the forward pass, a model is initiated with just the intercept term, and then a single predictor variable is added. However, predictor variables can be added as a pair of terms if there's an identifiable cut point or not at which the data appear to change direction. So you can see in the pictured example there, this particular variable has both a left hinge and a right hinge. And each of those hinges has its own term for the slope. And so the model will then commute over all of the existing terms in the model, all of the available predictors, and all values of those different predictors before adding the next variable to the model. And then this process will continue until there are no remaining predictors or the residual of the model is too small to be reduced any further. And then after the forward pass, the model is usually overfitted. So that begins a backward pass, which starts by discarding the least effective term or hinge. And it's important to note here that individual hinges can be discarded rather than discarding the entire variable. And we continue this process of discarding the least effective term one by one, with each reduced model being tested for its fit using generalized cross-validation, which is a variant of the AIC. And that continues until only the intercept term is left standing, at which point we can select the best fitting model based on the lowest GCV. So to conduct the actual analysis, we focused on data from wave 1. We split this into a training and a test set using an 80-20 split. And then in the training set, we fitted 2 regression models, a univariate model using the average item score for the entire highly sensitive child scale, and then a multivariate model using average item scores for the 3 subscales. We then proceeded with the MARS model fitting and allowing 1 knot per predictor. And in parallel to that, as a follow-up analysis, we also conducted penalized linear regression in the form of lasso and elastic net regression. And once we'd obtained the best fitting MARS models, we tested their fit in the test set. And then we repeated that entire process 3 additional times after stratifying the sample by sex, by age, and to look at the change of sensitivity across 12 months, we subtracted wave 2 scores from wave 1. So moving on to the results, beginning with the demographics of the sample. So on aggregate, children were 11 years of age, and there was roughly an equal split between males and females. You can see that the average score for children on the highly sensitive child scale was around 5. And most children had been exposed to between 4 and 14 war-related events. So before commencing with model fitting, we had a very high-level overview of our variables in the model using network analysis. And it looks very complex at the family level, but there are essentially 4 levels or 4 clusters of variables at play here. We have our sensitivity subscales. We have a cluster of variables on home and parenting. We have a cluster of variables on conflicts and abuse. And then we have a cluster of variables on maternal mental health. And then at the community level, we have 3 clusters, our sensitivity subscales for reference, a cluster on neighborhood environment, and then one also on violent victimization. And at the center of those clusters is our measure of war exposure. So moving on to the Mars model fitting, we first started with the univariate model looking at the scale as a single unit. And I think I need to just move this slightly for you so that you can see. Oh, okay. So sorry. Okay, so we can see here that the final model, there were 11 predictors chosen, and they're listed there in the diagram from left to right, top to bottom in order of importance. So I was going to go through a few of them with you, but hopefully you can see the relationship there, and we can discuss it more after the presentation. I'm just going to show you the results of the subscales quickly. So they're very similar across all the different subscales compared to the total scale. So you can see here for ease of excitation, one additional predictor emerged, which was war exposure. So that's why there's 12. And then we can see the same for low sensory threshold and aesthetic sensitivity as well. And then the fit of these models were able to explain about 15 to 17% of the variation of sensitivity. But when fitted to the test set, that dropped to 11 to 12%. Okay, so then we also looked at the change in sensitivity. I'm going to go through these very quickly. There was also stratification by age and by sex, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have on those. As you can see, the important point is that the importance of predictors changed in each of these analyses. The 5 common predictors were behavioral control, positive home experiences, maternal anxiety, human insecurity, and child-reported child abuse. They seem to have the clearest association to sensitivity. And what you can hopefully immediately appreciate from that selection of predictors is that higher child sensitivity associated with both positive home experiences and firm, consistent parenting, as well as with threatening, abusive environments that tend to co-occur with anxiety-prone mothers. And then very lastly, I'll just point out that sometimes that pattern emerged within the scope of a single variable. So we can see the suggestion emerged that high and low levels of maternal PTSD and high and low levels of war exposure, both associated with increases in low sensory threshold. And that's very reminiscent of biological sensitivity to context theory. Okay, so I won't go through all the strengths and limitations. We can discuss that. I'll just go straight to the conclusion and say that our study supports the idea that both highly supportive and highly adverse contexts associate with increased sensitivity. And we reiterate the importance of considering nonlinear relationships and also studying sensitivity as a single scale and as a collection of subscales. And that just leaves me to thank the funders of the study and everyone else who contributed to the BioPath study, and to you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for your presentation, Dr. Andrew May, and questions from the public here. Yes, please.
Yeah, with this research,
Yes.
with situations going on in Palestine, can this model theoretically be applied to the context of the Palestinian children refugees? And secondly, where were the refugees based? Was it one location like the Golan Heights, or was the war trauma from the previous Assad regime? Do you see what I mean?
Okay. Yes, so there were two questions. So the first was whether any of these findings could be applied to refugee children in this context. And then the second question was, what was the exact location and where these individuals were sampled? So I think in response to the first question, I think there's a long journey between theoretical discoveries and basic research and more applied. So I think that's the hope, that this basic research can translate into something interventional or some sort of plan to assist refugee children. But there is a lot of work in between that would need to be completed. And then secondly, these individuals were all sampled from, I believe it's pronounced the Bekaa region. So it was one region of informal tented settlements. So I don't know the full geopolitical history of that region, but yes, hopefully that answers your question. Thank you. Sorry that I had to race through some of it.
And one question from home, from the Zoom connection. So the question is about it is shared. Here. Okay. There is always a small group of children who are resilient, independent of their environment. Is that true? And if yes, what differs these children from others not having coping strategies as a resilient population has?
So I understood the first part of that about is there a subgroup of children who are resilient regardless of their context? And I would say yes, but I don't think they're completely separated from their environment. I don't think any child lives in a vacuum and is immune to the environment altogether. So, but I think there are children who demonstrate a resilience regardless of the amount of adversity they're exposed to, up to a certain point. Obviously, at particular amounts of adversity, all children are going to do badly. So there's definitely a threshold, but we do see a difference in how resilient children are.
Yeah, and I think the second part is about so the question raiser assume that those resilient children have some kind of coping strategies. Do you have some information about that?
So I'm not fully sure of all the different coping strategies that are harnessed by specifically resilient children. I know that that's an active area of research. I don't know if anyone has any other thoughts on that, but I think there is differences in how those children cope. I know that there are more positive and more negative coping strategies, and we look at the kind of divide in that, but I don't know if there's any specific that Michael can.
I can quickly comment on that. So in the study, we did find some associations between resilience and coping strategies. But the strongest, actually, the predictor of not being resilient was to be highly sensitive. So sensitivity was a risk factor for mental health problems in that study. That's why we do lots of, right, Andrew is doing lots of research on that. And I think we move on to the next. But
And welcome to Dr. Danielu from University of Amsterdam. She's a postdoctoral research fellow and a research interest focused on differential susceptibility in relation to parenting and parenting program and peer relationship. Thanks for your talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. Yeah, I'm aware that this is a conference all about sensitivity, and today my talk is about something slightly different, irritability. So it's not quite the same, but still, irritable children are also reactive to the environment and could be shaped by the environment. And I hope you bear with me. Also want to say that this work is still in progress. We're in the stage of pre-registering our study, so I'd love to hear your thoughts and ideas on this. So does effect of parenting programs on children's conduct problems vary by child irritability? An individual participant data meta-analysis. And please don't be scared by these individual participant data meta-analysis because it's just another fancy way of saying that we pulled data from different randomized control trials to, obtain their participant level data for the analysis. I want to thank the team members who got the funding, who prepared all the beautiful and exciting data sets that allows me to work on this exciting project. So now we start. Imagine there are three children who all show certain level of behavioral difficulties, so conduct problems. And for that reason, their parents are involved in a parenting intervention programs aimed to reduce their children's conduct problems. But these children actually differ quite a lot on their temperament irritability. That is the proneness to anger, an increased proneness to anger. And which children might actually benefit more from the intervention? So before answering that question, I want to share a bit about parenting programs. What do they do and why does they work? So parenting programs are well established for reducing disruptive child behaviors, including conduct problems. And they're grounded in psychological theories such as attachment theory, which stress parents is a secure base and safe haven for their children. And also operant learning theory, basically saying that a behavior increases if get rewarded, but decreases if get punished. And also social learning theory, basically children learn by observe others. And parenting programs are effective because they can break a famous coercive cycle. So to illustrate, let's say a parent is in conflict with a child who want to have candy, but the parents don't want to give the child candy, and possibly there is going to be a conflict situation, which might actually end in two possible scenarios. The first scenario is parents actually gives in because the child cries. And if parents do that, then the child learns that cry works. I'll just cry if I want to do to get the things that I want. So this behavior is reinforced for the children. And for parents themselves, it's also a sort of reinforcement because the cry goes away and it's pleasant without the cry from the child. Okay, so the second scenario is, well, why does it go? Yeah. So the second scenario is that the parent acts harshly, yells, spanks, treats the child physically well. So yeah, then if the parent do that, then the child also learns that I'm not gonna get what I want, but in a way, parents also is modeling negative, harsh parenting behavior or violent behavior. So it's this cycle that is really harsh, really difficult to break. But with parenting programs, which teach parents to use alternative strategies, such as nonviolent disciplining, like impose a consequence instead of being harsh, and also reward positive behaviors. That's how it works. So it's, parenting programs have been extensively studied, and we know that on average, if effect sizes are small to moderate, but there are a lot of individual differences in which children benefit. And this is something we know little about. And so now let's return to these three children. So they all have conduct problems and the parents participate in a program, and who actually benefit more? Might their differences in irritability explain how much they benefit? So to test this, we're testing three competing hypotheses.
So the first one related to this environmental sensitivity model, we suggest that for more irritable children, they actually benefit more because they are more aware of the parenting, positive parenting behavior changes, like the reduced, decreased negative parenting behavior triggers. So that makes them, more responsive. And then the second hypothesis said that low irritable children actually benefit more because they are more cognitively and emotionally mature to actually learn from the contingencies that their parents have put into place. For example, the association between their behavior and parents' reaction. Like if I behave good, then I get a reward. If I lash out, then I get a punishment. So they are better able to learn, these contingencies and then be more adaptive to the intervention. And the third hypothesis says that, well, the least irritable children doesn't really benefit the most. Yeah, benefit the least because they have probably, a low level of problem behaviors to start with, meaning that they have less room of improvement. And for the children with highest irritability, they might actually have some comorbidities and also, other entrenched patterns that is difficult to adjust or change. So the sweet spots seem to be lying on the children who are moderately irritable. And to test this, we're using data from an IPDMA of randomized control trials of social learning theory-based parenting programs. So reward positive behaviors and punish negative, provide a consequence for negative child behaviors. And we are including more than 3,000 families in our study. They're from 5 European countries, Sweden, Norway, UK, and the Netherlands and Ireland. And we included trials which had item-level data on ECBI, which is a broad questionnaire that, that we unpacked actually into irritability as well as conduct problems. We unpacked this based on rational selection and also existing definitions. So these are the sample items. Because of time, I'm just gonna be really quick. And well, this is our analysis. So we're gonna do 2 steps. The first step is gonna look at the data across both intervention and control group. We're gonna test irritability moderation. And then after that, we're gonna look within each of the group to see what happens there. Because sometimes differential, so moderation effects arise from differential change in the control group. That could also be the case. Instead of like children in the intervention group actually decrease more for those who are more irritable. Because of time, so I will also have some preliminary results to show. That is, the data seem to be normally distributed with good internal consistency. And I'm curious about if there's anything that you want to share or ask. Thank you for your time.
Questions or suggestions, and let's contribute to the new research.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for your question. So I think in the broader, yes.
You repeat the question.
Oh, yes. So you asked about who reported the variables, so conduct problem in our study? Is it parents reported them or, observed or child self-reported? So in our particular study, the outcomes are all parent reported because the children were aged from 2 to 10 years old, making them difficult to report these, complicated questionnaires. But I think in the wider literature on randomized control trials on parenting interventions, indeed, you're correct that there are observational measures that, by observing parent-child interaction, you get a sense of parenting behaviors as well as children's behaviors. Yeah, but in our case, it's all parent self-reported. Hope that answers your question. Thank you. Yes.
This research, I think, is nice to know whether the intervention that we're doing are actually working. And
Yeah.
interesting to also kind of consider different situation of the child. But indeed, I think the fact that is reported by the parents,
Yeah.
it is kind of, I would consider a limitation because even I have children that are 7 and 10, and they could definitely have a different opinion on a behavior that is happening than what I would consider, right?
Exactly.
But it's very interesting to know, to me, is kind of what is the situation of the parent? Because again, if you ask my child about a situation, they will tell you a different opinion of what is happening. And if you ask me as a parent, depending on the moment where I am, how is their behavior, my interpretation of their behavior will also change. So if I had to say something, I would say it's important to control on the context of the parent and how they are themselves, how they're doing, what are they into, like I'm moving, for instance, it's not a good time to measure how is my interpretation of my children's behavior, because especially with considering sensitivity, how my children are picking up on my stress will change both my perception of their behavior, but also their behavior per se.
Yeah, yeah.
So that would be a suggestion. I don't know if you have to for the parents' context.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. Exactly, when you're a reporter of some, like when you say a list of items like my child lies, hits, or, these kind of things, it might not be that stable in a way. It might depend on whether something happened recently with a child or, I get that. Yeah. And also it might help if we have more insights on whether, parents are stressed or not, the current stress indices of parents. Yeah, I agree. But I also want to suggest that, because we're pulling data from different trials, this data, they might differ already in these variables, making it a bit more like if one child is like this and one child is like that, and you kind of pull them in the middle. So I think that's the benefit and the excitement of doing this kind of like pooled data, on individual participants. So yeah, but I fully agree. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the next talk. Thanks, Daniel, for your contribution. And we have now Robert Marhenke. He's a postdoctoral researcher based at Southampton University. He has experiences on psychobiological studies and laboratory-based investigation on the role of environmental sensitivity in relation to attention, memory, and learning. And thanks, Robert, for being here with us.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Yeah, hello, everyone. My name is Robert. And you might remember that 2 years ago, I presented he's presenter. Working. Great. Yeah, and you might remember that 2 years ago, sure. Is it working? You hear me? Okay. Great. So 2 years ago, on the first conference of sensitivity research, I presented some results where we investigated how sensory processing sensitivity moderates how the activity after learning affects our memory and learning. You might remember those studies. And today I want to expand on those findings and also look at how, for example, how sensory processing sensitivity could also affect our sleep and with sleep also our memory processes. As you might remember, the study I presented 2 years ago consisted mainly of 2 word lists, and here all our 64 participants learned 2 different word lists, and after learning 1 word list, they had a wakeful resting state. So immediately after learning the word list and recalling the word list, they closed their eyes and did nothing for 8 minutes. And in the other condition, after learning the word list, we had them perform a visual attention task. So a very difficult task where they had to perform, focus their attention outwards. And after 7 days, we asked them again which words they remembered. The results were very interesting, I think, maybe the most interesting findings I had so far. And we found that if we allowed our participants to rest after learning, the higher sensitivity they were, so the higher their central processing sensitivity was, the better they were in remembering words. However, if they did the attention task after learning, so they did something else than resting after learning, we found that for the low or medium sensitivity individuals, we did not really find a difference, but for the very high sensitivity individuals, we found that they were much more negatively affected by this distraction and that they learned much, much worse than the other groups that were not highly sensitive. Which is also, I think, not a coincidence, is that this cutoff point where the sensitivity turns out to be negatively related to memory performance occurs pretty much precisely for those 20 to 25% of the population that are usually found to be highly sensitive. Also important to note is that we did not find any differences in the immediate recall after learning. So immediately after learning, we did not find any effects of sensitivity. Yeah. We had this idea because of some previous studies I conducted with Bianca Acevedo that unfortunately can't be here today. She's online with us and in her mind, I'm sure. And in those studies, we found that higher sensitivity was related to higher brain connectivity in attention networks. But more importantly for me, what I found was very interesting, that we found that the higher the sensitivity of our participants was, the higher that we found a brain connectivity between the brain area of the hippocampus and the pecuneus, which is very interesting as we usually only see this kind of brain connectivity in association with a process called systems consolidation. Systems consolidation is the process where we have information that are primarily stored at the hippocampus in short-term memory and gradually transferred to the neocortex, like the pecuneus, which basically makes it long-term memory. So it's long-term memory consolidation in action. And while those processes usually can occur in wakeful resting states, like in our study 1, usually we observe these kind of brain connectivity patterns during non-REM sleep. And in fact, many people think that these processes are the main reason why we sleep at all. And it's the main function that actually sleep gives us benefits for. So it's a very, very important process. And we found it in a wakeful resting state. But to further elaborate on those findings, we started a new study, and that I will just present today. And the results from study 1 that I just presented could have 2 basic explanations. So on the one hand, it could be possible that higher sensitivity individuals just generally show this kind of deeper systems consolidation in the form of this deeper form of systems consolidation generally, or it could also be a specific process that could show us a greater form of depth of processing, in the form that we also reflect on previous memories and integrate them into our memory, which would be a specific process. But the general process would mean if they would just generally benefit more from resting states after learning, they should also benefit more from sleep. If it would be a time-specific process, a reflectivity process, it should not happen in sleep. So to elaborate on these findings, I started a new study. And in the study, again, had my participants learn 2 different word lists. And the trick in this study was that we had our participants learn 1 word list in the morning at 9 a.m. and recall them 12 hours later. So they had a wakeful period over the day. or we had our participants learn the word list in the evening. And so if they recorded 12 hours later, they had a full night in which they slept in the 12 hours. So we can look at how sleep affects memory consolidation. Of course, we counterbalanced the design, so half the participants learned the word list in the morning, half started in the evening, but all participants learned under both conditions. And as you can see here, the experimental design worked. Our participants forgot more words if they stayed awake after learning, but they remembered much more words or forgot much less words if they slept after learning. However, contrary to study 1, we did not find any interaction with central processing sensitivity. Not after learning, not immediately after learning, not after 12 hours. So in both conditions, regardless of they slept or not, more sensitive individuals just learned like everybody else. I think here is important to remember the distinctions between study 1 and study 2, and that is that, of course, an 8-minute wakeful resting state is not comparable to a full night of sleep, just in the quantity and quality of opportunity for memory consolidation. But I think the more important distinction between those studies is that in study 1, the resting state happened immediately after learning, so immediately after experiencing the information, while in study 2, the resting states just happened several hours after the information has been experienced and when they occurred when the participants eventually went to bed. So those study findings, these discrepancies show us that it's likely not a general process, so that more sensitive individuals just don't generally benefit more from resting states and just don't consolidate generally more in resting states, but that it seems to be a time-specific or time-specific process, that it's especially the time immediately after experiencing new information that is crucial for the highly sensitives to further elaborate on this information. Yeah, so I started a new study. And again, here we had a study design that was very similar to study 1, but just not over 7 days, just to the end of the session. And here we have had, again, our participants learn 2 different word lists. They rested again after 1 word list, so they were allowed to close their eyes and do nothing in the 1 condition. But I think the very cool thing about this study is that we chose a bit more practical distraction tasks to just show how important this kind of research is. And here we did not use the abstract visual attention task, but just let our participants use social media for 8 minutes. So we had all our participants were social media users, and they just scrolled the Instagram feed for 8 minutes. To be honest, this study was qualitatively just to show that it's working, and it's will not be published, but it's still a cool study. And in the study, we were able to pretty much exactly replicate our results from study 1. And we again see that if our participants rested after learning, higher sensitivity individuals benefited much more and had the best memory retention, while if they just distracted themselves on social media, they had much worse memory retention. And again, while we did not find a really big difference for the low or medium sensitivity individuals in our sample, we found a pretty big difference in the activity after learning for those that were highly sensitive. Yes, so again, since it's not going to be published here, the statistics, but to come to the end, in conclusion, I think those study results show us that it is extremely important for the highly sensitives to be able to rest after experiencing something new, and to actually having the time to process and consolidate those information. We also found that for the less sensitive individual, or for the less sensitive majority of the population that are in the group of the low or medium sensitivity individuals, it does not really do what they do after learning. So that doesn't really matter. And I think many of you know those claims that you shouldn't watch TV kids shouldn't watch TV immediately after learning or something. It's probably just true for the highly sensitives, or at least much more true for the highly sensitives. And I think those studies also highlight this kind of depth of processing, or some new light on the depth of processing for highly sensitive individuals, in that this depth of processing does not necessarily occur during the actual processing of the information while we experience it, but that it might actually be that it's more of a reflectivity or form of reflectivity that we actually, that higher sensitivity individuals actually post-process more and process and just take some more time after experiencing information to actually elaborate on those information and put them in the context of previous experiences. So I think it also is quite well in line with this common observation that more sensitive individuals tend to just withdraw from situations to actually have the time and the space. So they create this kind of resting state I was artificially creating here, that they just create this kind of resting states for themselves and just withdraw from situations to keep, to process and to elaborate on those, on the experiences. Thank you very much. Also, thank you to Marcus Martini, one of my collaborators, and also very much thank you to Bianca Acevedo, who also helped a lot with many of those findings. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for your interesting talk, very clear again. And questions from the public?
The second is, I will ask you to reinterpret our studies. So first question is, do you have a sense of subjective confidence in memory for participants, and if it changes if people that are higher sensitive in the resting condition, for example, would they perceive themselves as remembering better? Do you think there is a metacognitive element to it?
To be honest, I didn't. Oh yeah, the question was of if more sensitive individuals were more confident in their well, memory abilities, or is it? No.
Yeah, so because if there is a sense that if you have a rest and you're highly sensitive, you would perceive that rest as beneficial as opposed to a task, and you would perceive yourself if you have this metacognitive awareness of the benefit of a gap as opposed to an activity. I suppose it's a question.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't have any data on that because we did not really ask them for their subjective experience. Sorry, the question was if more sensitive individuals were more aware of this meta-conscience. Yeah. If they know, if they remember better. Yeah, and to be honest, we didn't ask them. So we asked them quite a lot of questions, for example, about arousal and stress. And actually, they said in the resting state and in the distraction task that they were more aroused and more stressed. But we just looked at the physiological implications and the cognitive implications, but not on the subjective feeling during the task. So actually, unfortunately, I don't have any data on that.
Again, a speculation, so it's not, it's a speculative question. But so in the studies that we have done, for example, the study where we looked at the Stroop and we looked at rumination before and after viewing a video of nature versus a video of urban environment. And we don't find any of those effects. We don't find an interaction with SPS. We only find an interaction on affect. So now you make me think, would that be, I know it's not a memory task, but would that be because maybe there is more cognitive activity in a way, even in the nature?
To be
See some can inspire us to understand our findings.
to be honest, I'm a bit surprised that you didn't find anything on the Stroop task. Because we found, for example, something on anti-saccade tasks, which are also response inhibition tasks. So maybe its interference inhibition is a bit different from the response inhibition. So it could be task specific, because I think interference inhibition is maybe also processed a bit differently in the Stroop task compared to other inhibition tasks. Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you, and
Thank you.
I can come back.
So there is a question about so at 22, the brain is still developing itself. So have you considered about trying the experiment with more mature brains?
More mature.
Mature.
More mature.
Oh, yeah,
With all the
older, yeah.
participants. Our participants were all adults, so they were just 18 to about 25 years old. In all of those studies, to be honest, I think the results going to be very similar to older participants. We had a study where we looked in elderly participants at neurocognitive training, and there we also found in the memory domain that they benefited slightly more in enhancing their memory abilities over a 4-week period. Yeah, but I think I would expect very similar results for elderly and older participants, and also for children. Yeah, so I think it's a general process, but I have no data yet. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Robert Marhenke, and to all the speakers of this session. We have now 1 hour break for lunch, so enjoy the break and park nearby, and see you again in 1 hour at 2 o'clock.
Okay, super. Welcome everybody back from this break. I hope that you had a nice lunch break, some time to chat, some time to relax, maybe catch some fresh air. Most of you will have already met me. My name is Karina Greven. I'm one of the co-organizers and on the scientific committee. And it's my pleasure to chair this afternoon session. We have 4 more exciting talks lined up for you in the next hour. And it's my pleasure to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Becky Black, who is a lecturer and researcher at University of Melbourne in Australia. And she focuses on studying individual differences in well-being and the role that sensory processing sensitivity has in this. And today, she will be telling us more about the factors that can support well-being in highly sensitive people.
Thank you.
Becky.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that warm introduction. I'm Becky. Thank you all for being here. This is Rowan, my co-author. He's here for moral support. Today we're sharing some preliminary results from our scoping review, which is still very much in progress. So as we all know, I think, sensory processing sensitivity is associated with a number of poor wellbeing outcomes, but it can also contribute to high wellbeing. And the aim of our review is to examine the various factors that support wellbeing in HSPs. So these are the databases that we searched for our review. We searched literature from 1990 to 2025. And these were our search terms. And our Prisma flow diagram, we had 78 studies that were assessed for eligibility, and 32 studies have been included after full text screening. So as I mentioned, these are very preliminary results, and these are the themes that are emerging. So one of the key findings from the review is the crucial role of supportive environments in promoting wellbeing for sensitive people. These environments can take various forms across different life stages and settings. For instance, sensitive parenting in childhood can set a strong foundation for sensitive well-being. As children grow, high quality childcare and education become important. One study from Japan showed that highly sensitive people particularly benefit from positive school transitions. And in adulthood, supportive work environments play a significant role. And research by Onesti and colleagues in 2024 found that democratic leadership styles in the workplace can mitigate the adverse effects of job stresses, especially for highly sensitive individuals. Moving on to another crucial factor, which we've already heard about, nature connection. A few studies have shown a strong link between sensitive individuals and nature. Sethi and colleagues, as we heard, found that highly sensitive people tend to have stronger connections to nature and higher animal affinity compared to less sensitive individuals. And this connection to nature seems to have tangible benefits for sensitive people. A 2023 study showed that even brief exposure to virtual nature can reduce negative affect and rumination while increasing positive affect. Another study found that spending time in forest environments led to greater improvements in mood and well-being for sensitive people compared to field environments. Just got to turn my page. These findings suggest that incorporating nature experiences, even in virtual form, could be a valuable strategy for supporting sensitive well-being. Some psychological strategies, for example, mindfulness and meditation practices appear to be particularly beneficial. Emotion regulation techniques, especially cognitive reappraisal, have also shown to be effective. A 2021 study found that cognitive reappraisal skills, along with emotion suppression, can reduce stress from overstimulation in highly sensitive people. Self-compassion and self-acceptance were highlighted in several studies, including one that I did. These practices, along with positive thinking and building resilience, seem to be key psychological strategies for HSP well-being. Social factors also play a significant role in sensitive well-being. Several studies, including one from 2021, emphasise the importance of sharing experiences with other sensitive people. This can provide a sense of validation and understanding that many sensitive individuals find distinctly beneficial. Developing strong interpersonal relationship skills is also beneficial. Yano and colleagues found these skills were negatively correlated with depression in HSPs. Interestingly, highly sensitive people often need to balance their social interactions with periods of solitude. In the study that I did, that was published in 2020, we found that this need for balance was a key factor for supporting well-being. And lastly, a 2021 study found that family support was also beneficial for highly sensitive children's well-being. Physical practices also play a role in supporting well-being in sensitive people. Yoga and meditation have shown particular promise. A 2020 study found that yoga in physical education programs promoted attention control and improved mood states in graduate students who scored high on sensitivity. Regular exercise and maintaining a healthy diet have also been mentioned by participants across several studies as strategies that support their well-being. Creating routines and structure in daily life was another strategy highlighted by some participants, helping to provide a sense of predictability that many sensitive people find comforting. Sensitive individuals often develop specific coping strategies to manage their sensitivity. Seeking quiet environments and using noise-cancelling devices were commonly reported strategies from Bass and colleagues' study. Emotional expression and seeking support from others have also been identified as effective coping strategies, particularly for high SPS university students in a study that was done in Japan. Another study found that increased use of planning as a cognitive emotion regulation strategy was associated with improved mental health over time for sensitive individuals. And lastly, many HSPs report avoiding overstimulating situations such as violent media as a way to manage their sensitivity. Developing self-awareness and acceptance of the trait is also supportive and helps highly sensitive people to flourish. Learning about the trait itself can also be beneficial for well-being. There's a few studies that have reported that for participants, understanding their sensitivity helped them manage it better and improve their well-being. Developing emotional intelligence has also been highlighted as beneficial. And finally, finding meaning and purpose in life has emerged as an important factor for sensitive well-being across several studies. Professional support can play a role as well. High-quality psychotherapy with SPS-aware professionals has been mentioned in several studies as being particularly beneficial for sensitive people. Highly sensitive children have been shown to respond significantly better to individual cognitive behaviour therapy than to group CBT or to brief parent-led CBT for anxiety. Tailored interventions have also shown promise. Students in Japan benefited more from a resilience education program, showing greater reductions in depression and increases in self-esteem. Moving to work and career, the choices that we make about our work and career can significantly impact our well-being. Many sensitive people report in various studies that choosing careers aligned with their sensitivity trait was crucial for their well-being. Autonomy supportive environments are also beneficial, and democratic leadership styles are also beneficial. So in conclusion, our review has revealed that multiple factors contribute to HSP wellbeing. These range from environmental supports to personal strategies, from social connections to professional. The importance of supportive environments cannot be overstated, whether in family, education or work settings. Personal strategies such as nature connection and mindfulness practices and tailored coping mechanisms can also play crucial roles. This provides a preliminary overview of current research. As I said, we've still got a lot of work to do on this review, but it highlights also the need for future studies, in particular specific interventions tailored for sensitive individuals, and long-term outcomes of various strategies would be valuable. Thank you for your attention. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Becky, for this very practical talk, or giving us strategies about how we can deal with being highly sensitive and how to improve our well-being. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Really informative. I was just curious. You mentioned resilience in your slides, and I'm wondering, for me, the traditional view of resilience in bouncing back from adversity doesn't seem to work so well. Certainly, personally, for me as a highly sensitive person, I'm just wondering how they define resilience.
And would you mind repeating this question?
The question was about resilience and how the studies defined resilience, because it is defined in various ways, just like well-being. To be honest, I cannot recall the exact details of the studies that about resilience. Like I said, this is very early kind of emerging trends, and I haven't been immersed in it long enough for it to be embedded in my memory. But I'd be happy to find that information and let you know later on.
Is there a short question from the online people? There's one that has multiple, but I think the particularly interesting part is that are there strategies unique in some way to HSPs? Some of them sound quite beneficial in general to many people.
That's true. I think we can safely say that all of these strategies would be beneficial to everyone, but they seem to be particularly of particular benefit for highly sensitive people. Camera, I'm telling you, yeah. And I can't remember who actually coined this term, but someone I've read somewhere, someone mentioned that, you know, highly sensitive people are like the canaries in the coal mine, that we tend to kind of feel the negative effects of things perhaps sooner than other people might, people lower in sensitivity. So, yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but anyway, sorry. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. I would like to welcome the second speaker, Dr. Grant Benham, who is a professor at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley University in the USA. And he has a focus on studying the role of sensory processing sensitivity in mediating or moderating physical health consequences of stress and inadequate sleep. And today, making a connection to the strategies of the previous speaker, he'll be talking about important factor in well-being factor in sensitivity, and that is also having alone time and how that relates to loneliness.
Okay, it gave me just enough time to try and get this mic on. Is this working, or do I need to hold it up? Can you hear? Hear okay? Yes, no? Okay. So we've already jumped ahead here. So thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here and to sort of be listening to some of these really great talks in an area that I'm not integrally involved with in the main body of my research, where I focus on stress, sleep, and health. But this is something that has been of great interest to me for a number of years. In 2006, I published a study looking at the relationship between sensory processing, sensitivity, and physical health. And so as I think back now, that's almost 20 years ago, which is maybe when some of you were like this high, which is a little bit scary for me to accept. So let me jump right in. I mean, this has already been talked about today, so it's kind of interesting to hear some of the context that's being repeated, that with sensory processing sensitivity, you do see evidence of difficulties with social and communication, social phobias, lower depth of relationship, and less positive relationships with others. That's not to say everybody with high sensory processing sensitivity experiences that, but it tends to be more common. And importantly, it's been shown that SPS is distinct from introversion and shyness. So those aren't really the things that are ultimately explaining this necessarily. It's also been pointed out that low sociability may be something that's being used as a coping mechanism to avoid being overwhelmed by these sensory experiences in highly sensitive people. So it's kind of a necessary thing to do to help to reduce some of that sensory experiencing. So with all of those kind of in mind, it would be interesting to look at whether this produces greater loneliness or is associated with greater loneliness in those that have higher sensory processing sensitivity. And in fact, there has been research done on this already, much to my surprise, that this was actually done quite recently. Originally, a study looking at this issue during COVID and finding those with sensory processing sensitivity had greater experiences of loneliness during COVID, and then subsequently quite a large sample looking at the association between this particular measure, the 16-item sensory processing sensitivity questionnaire, associated with greater emotional loneliness. So this was published in 2025, early on. But equally, it's kind of interesting to see that there is research showing, and in fact, was this one of the presenters just now? Was this maybe one of yours? Was this yours? Okay, I should have had the citation, right? So I know when you're talking about it, it's like, I think that's you. So that was a qualitative study showing greater need for solitude. And also research looking at quantitative relationships showing an association with self-determined solitude, so the choice of spending time alone. Now, again, with loneliness, we think of this as something that isn't really wanted. It's sort of a negative association, something that you don't necessarily want. With solitude, often that's something that people are choosing to do. So there's that kind of distinction there. So my first hypothesis that I wanted to examine was simply whether I could find that same association between SPS and greater loneliness. But because of this sense of a preference for solitude, I wondered whether that preference for solitude might moderate or attenuate that relationship. So for people that actually kind of prefer to be alone and to separate themselves, maybe you wouldn't see as great connection between SPS and loneliness, almost as a protective factor. In addition to that, because my major interest is in physical health as an outcome, there's again a number of studies, and we heard one this morning, Dr. Imura, talking about the microbiome. Great work there, looking at some real observable physiological differences in relation to physical health and SPS. But there is sort of a smaller growing body of research. Wow, this time really, I need to stop talking. And also there's research sort of separately looking at the impact of loneliness on health. This is kind of quite well established now with medium to large effects with health outcomes. So I wanted to look at the association of SPS with physical health, something I've done before and others have done, but also now to see whether this is moderated by loneliness. In this case, whether the loneliness amplifies this relationship. Skip past power analysis because that's kind of boring. The sample, about 450 undergraduates. You can see the large majority of whom were Hispanic. That's because I live about 20 miles from the Mexican border, so that's kind of the demographic down there. The measures that were given here, I won't go into those because of time, but using the very well-known highly sensitive person scale as my measure for sensory processing sensitivity. Again, data analysis, we looked at a moderation analysis here using a Hayes process as a way to do the moderation, controlling for age, sex, and income. And then also, you know, it's widely accepted that we can use the overall HSP scale score, but there's a lot of value perhaps in looking at the factors as well. And because those factors aren't really very stable across different studies, I ran an exploratory factor analysis to try and determine those in my sample. Very quickly, you can see the associations there, but I'll talk about those in relation to the hypotheses. So the first hypothesis that SPS was associated with loneliness was supported. We did see that association kind of replicating the prior findings. However, the preference for solitude did not moderate that association. So when we look at the slope of those lines, you're seeing the same strength of relationship regardless of preference for solitude. Doesn't seem to be a protective factor. In terms of the SPS health relationship, again, when we looked at this replicated prior research. You saw a nice strong correlation between the two measures here, with physical symptoms essentially being self-reported physical symptoms, talking about how much all of these various physical symptoms had bothered the individual over the past month. So a whole range of different physical symptoms. And in this case, we did see a moderation effect, so that for the fourth hypothesis, the association between SPS and physical health was stronger for those that experienced or reported experiencing greater loneliness. Going into the factors, and I probably have like a minute left. So just real quick, there are a couple of factors that were identified in this EFA. And I categorized the first as overstimulation sensitivity. That seemed to kind of encapsulate what I was looking at in terms of the variables. For that, again, this relationship held. For the aesthetic sensitivity, that factor didn't show the moderation. So for OSS, we saw the stronger association, those with greater loneliness. In AES, that didn't hold. So again, to sort of really summarize, the higher SPS individuals are more likely to feel lonely, and this is in keeping with that prior research. Preference for solitude, even though we see this preference for solitude in those with higher SPS, and we anticipated that that would be something that might attenuate that SPS loneliness relationship. This wasn't the case. And interestingly, again, outside of the SPS field, there's research suggesting that a preference for solitude paradox exists. So it doesn't necessarily offer a protective effect for poor mental health in those who are socially isolated. You think, again, that people who prefer being having that solitude might somehow have a protection against loneliness, but that doesn't seem to be that case, again, in the broader field of research. Again, the loneliness seems to amplify the association between SPS and physical health. So we've both replicated that in this newer sample and shown that loneliness seems to be an important moderating factor. You can turn this around and say the association between loneliness and health may be greater in those with higher SPS scores. So it may be an important individual difference factor for people that are studying loneliness and health to consider and start integrating into their work. We not at 1 minute? Oh, he's done? Yeah, you won't even. Okay, all studies have limitations. Here are some limitations. I'm not going to read them out. I'm done.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We do have time for questions.
Okay, go.
My first thought was on this is also like, do we need to guide highly sensitive people more in terms of how they spend their alone time, in terms of socially avoiding alone time, or how to fill it in a way that you feel less lonely.
Right. So I think in terms of the solitude, a lot of people choose solitude to do things that they want to do and engage in. But I think you're right. If they're engaging in things that aren't as necessarily healthy or developmental for them, it may be more of an issue.
Yeah. Interesting. Any question from the room? Yes, please.
What you were saying, it's kind of, one thing is loneliness and another thing is to be alone. Is a very different experience.
Yeah.
You can be alone and don't feel lonely at all.
Yeah.
Or you can be surrounded by people and feel loneliness.
Yeah.
So I think we still have this misunderstanding. So I was curious on how did you measure loneliness?
Right. So
the question was about how loneliness was measured.
Yeah. So there are a number of sort of standardized measures, and the one that I had used is called the UCLA loneliness scale. It's quite a well-established one. It's a shorter 10-item version that's been shown to have good psychometric properties. But again, everything like that, when we're trying to measure loneliness, has its the good and bad in terms of what it's trying to tap into. And the previous study had looked at emotional loneliness, which was perhaps a little bit different than the UCLA scale. So that we both found a relationship, again, using two different measures for SPS and loneliness, and that's kind of interesting to see. But they're all imperfect measures, right? They're all imperfect measures. I had hoped that the preference for solitude again would be perhaps a protective factor in that, but it wasn't. And in fact, since I don't have it, it's a hidden slide. But when you actually look for a preference for solitude as a moderator, just by itself, it shows the same interaction effect, meaning those that have a higher preference for solitude have a stronger association between SPS and loneliness, which is a little strange, right? Yeah.
Great. Thank you. In the interest of time,
yes,
we'll move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. Veronique de Gucht, a fellow researcher from the country that I'm based in, from the Netherlands. Veronique is an associate professor at the University of Leiden, and she does research in clinical health psychology. Among others, developed the new sensory processing sensitivity questionnaire. And today we'll be talking about sensory processing sensitivity in patients with chronic pain.
Well. And how do I change the okay. So our study is about sensory processing sensitivity and central sensitization and their impact on quality of life in patients with chronic pain. We conducted the study in collaboration with people from the University Medical Center of Groningen, an anesthesiologist and also a senior researcher. So first, something about the central concepts of the study. Of course, sensory processing sensitivity, which we all know. Catastrophizing was one of our concepts, and then also central sensitization. I don't think that I have to define sensory processing sensitivity. We all know what it is. But I would like to stress within our study that we made a distinction, not only looking into total sensory processing sensitivity, but also the distinction between the positive and the negative dimension of sensory processing sensitivity, already referred to by Judith in the morning. Now, if you look at the concept of central sensitization, that is a concept that originated within the domain of chronic pain, and it is defined as an increased responsiveness of nociceptors, that specialized pain receptors in the central nervous system, which results in hypersensitivity to stimuli. And you already see some similarity with sensory processing sensitivity there. Now, central sensitization results in exaggerated pain responses, where even normally non-painful stimuli, for example, stroking the hand of a patient, can trigger pain. Now, as central sensitization is a neurophysiological process, it cannot be directly assessed in humans, and that's why the term human assumed central sensitization, abbreviated as HACS, has been used in the literature. The third concept is pain catastrophizing, and that's more of a exaggerated negative cognitive emotional response to either actual or anticipated pain, and it sort of originated within the fear avoidance model of chronic pain. These are the research questions that we have been asking. The first one is there a significant relationship between SPS and central sensitization? The second one is that relationship then mediated by pain catastrophizing? The third question was, does central sensitization mediate the relationship between SPS and quality of life in pain patients? And the last one is a question about sequential mediation to pain catastrophizing, and then central sensitization sequentially or serially mediate the relationship between sensory processing sensitivity and quality of life. This is the patient group. We were working with patients from the pain clinic of the University Medical Center of Groningen. A total number of 965 patients participated in the study, with a mean age of 56, and 42% were male patients. The questionnaires that we used, the sensory processing sensitivity questionnaire was used to measure SPS, the pain catastrophizing scale to measure catastrophizing, the central sensitization inventory to measure human assumed central sensitization, the SF12 to measure quality of life in pain patients, and we also used for each of the analysis control variables
and one of the control variables was pain severity, and for that we used the brief pain inventory short form, the dimension of pain severity. In terms of statistics, I will be very brief about that. The first research question was addressed with a multiple regression analysis, and the other research questions with structural equation modeling. And each time we controlled for age, gender, and pain severity. As far as the first research question is concerned, relationship between SPS and central sensitization, we looked at 3 different models. The first one is only age, gender, pain severity. Then we added the SPS total, and then we added SPS positive and negative. The explained variance increased from a bit less than 10% to 36%. And as you can see, total SPS, but also negative SPS, are significant predictors of central sensitization. The second one then, to what extent is this relationship mediated by pain catastrophizing? We looked at the SPS total, and as you can see from the figure, there is a mediation effect, which is the same thing if you look at a distinction between the positive and the negative dimension of SPS. But you can see there is that relationship between pain catastrophizing and the positive versus negative dimension is different. Conclusion from this for a second research question, higher total and negative SPS are associated with more catastrophizing and a higher score in central sensitization. The same is the case if you look at positive SPS, but that's related to lower catastrophizing. So there you have an indirect effect, but the indirect effect is not positive, but negative. The third research question then, does the central sensitization mediate relationship between SPS on the one hand side and quality of life? Again, for the SPS total, you can see that that is the case. If you look at the distinction between the positive and negative dimension, you can see that indeed the effect of SPS upon quality of life is mediated by central sensitization if you look at the negative dimension, but that is not the case if you look at the positive dimension, because the relationship between the positive dimension and central sensitization within this analysis is not a significant one. So both the total and negative SPS are associated with lower mental and physical quality of life, which is mediated by central sensitization. So it suggests that higher sensitivity, especially the negative part of sensitivity, is linked to lower well-being in these patients via heightened central sensitization. And if you look at the positive one, there is no significant indirect effect on quality of life through central sensitization. The last research question then, do pain catastrophizing and central sensitization sequentially mediate relationship between SPS on one hand side and quality of life on the other hand side? Again, if you look at the SPS total, you can see that there is indeed serial or sequential mediation from SPS to pain catastrophizing, central sensitization, and then physical and mental quality of life. And if you look at the distinction between the positive and the negative part of SPS, you can see that that is also the case. What you see here again is quite a distinction between the positive and the negative dimension of sensory processing sensitivity, again in their relationship to pain catastrophizing. So the conclusion as far as the last research question is concerned, the sequential mediation has shown that total and negative SPS are linked to high levels of catastrophizing, increased sensitization, and then worse quality of life, both physical and psychological quality of life. Conversely, if you look at the positive aspect of SPS, that is related to lower catastrophizing, has an impact upon sensitization, which is also lower, and then you have better effect on quality of life. Conclusions. So I will end well in time, I think. I think it's important to make a distinction between the positive and the negative aspect of sensory processing sensitivity if you want to understand also the impact of central sensitization on quality of life. I think catastrophizing plays quite an important role in linking sensory processing sensitivity to central sensitization and from there to quality of life. And it may also be quite a valuable target for interventions. And if you look at the sequential mediation from sensory processing sensitivity to catastrophizing, central sensitization, and quality of life. You may say that if you look at the clinical side, implementation or interventions, that you could address both a cognitive component such as catastrophizing and probably also a more neurophysiological aspect that is related to central sensitization. And then finally, this is of course a cross-sectional study. So I think that a future study should also have a look at a longitudinal design and probably also explore moderators. And you could think of, for example, pain duration, which we didn't include in this study, but also the type of pain, because you have different types of pain, and also potentially pain treatment, because all of these factors could have an influence upon the relationship between sensory processing sensitivity, pain catastrophizing, central sensitization, and then physical and psychological quality of life. So these are my coordinates. I would also like to draw your attention to the SPS monitor, which is a tool that can be used within a clinical setting. I have used the SPS-Q, so the sensory processing sensitivity questionnaire, which we have developed in Leiden. We developed a clinical tool out of that, which is the SPS monitor. You can access that freely, and it's available in Dutch, English, French, German, and Spanish. Next to that, we have also developed a classification tool to aid researchers, but for that, you have to send me an email because that's not really available. That's meant for researchers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this fascinating talk. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Thank you for such an interesting talk. So in chronic pain, pain catastrophizing and self-efficacy measures are often collected together, particularly in pain clinics that you're talking about there. Is there any plans to look at whether self-efficacy, pain self-efficacy measures would, have an effect as well on the findings that you have?
I think that would definitely also have an effect. Now, as far as the measures that we have been using, the only thing that we have used that we have added ourselves is the sensory processing sensitivity part, because some of the doctors of the pain clinic were quite interested in the relationship between SPS and central sensitization, because they noticed some sort of similarities between the two concepts. All the other measures have been added by the people from the pain clinic. We are planning follow-up studies, and I think that self-efficacy would be one of the dimensions that we potentially could add, but that really depends upon the clinicians over there, if they are willing to add still another questionnaire to that. One of the things that we plan to do, however, is to have a more objective measure of central sensitization, because we now measured it with a questionnaire, and there are other ways to do that, but these ways are more expensive. So we plan to do that in the future, to have a more objective measure also of central sensitization. And if we can add other measures, we will certainly do that, but it also depends upon what they want within the pain clinic, because it's really a setting that we don't really control as researchers.
Thank you. Could you maybe say something more what these objective measures are? Like, what is known about the physiological mechanisms of this central sensitization?
Well, you can't really access central sensitization directly, because then you would need other studies than human studies, I think. But a number of things that are used, for example, to measure the central sensitization is the cold water test, for example. That would be a more objective measure of central sensitization, but still not completely objective, of course, because it's the person that says, yes, it hurts, or it's uncomfortable. But you can think of a number of more objective measures to test central sensitization that would be better, I think, than the measure that we have used now. Because that's quite subjective, of course.
Interesting. Thank you. Are there any questions online?
After your research, what would you recommend to HSP with chronic pain to improve their day-to-day life?
To improve their day-to-day life? That's a difficult one, I think. I'm not quite sure what to answer to that. How you would improve their day-to-day life if they're highly sensitive, you mean? The combination of the two aspects. Okay. Well, I think that
one of the things that has been shown by this study is the impact of pain catastrophizing. And I think that if you look at pain catastrophizing, there are different ways to address that. For example, by cognitive behavioral treatment strategies. That's one of the things that you could use in order to sort of decrease the pain catastrophizing, but because it's both cognitive and emotional. And there are different techniques to tackle that. Techniques that have been derived also from the fear avoidance model of chronic pain. So I think that also highly sensitive people with chronic pain could be helped by tackling the pain catastrophizing component, and probably also with mindfulness techniques, for example. And I know that mindfulness techniques are being used more and more also within a pain clinic setting. So I think the combination of more cognitive behavioral treatment strategies to tackle the pain catastrophizing and the mindfulness, which might also have an impact upon the neurophysiological process of central sensitization. I think these two aspects combined might be useful for chronic pain patients with high sensitivity.
Thank you.
Yep.
This brings us to our last speakers of the session, Maria Jernslet. She's a PhD candidate in clinical psychology based at the University of Edinburgh in the United Kingdom. Her thesis focuses on relationship attachment and daily routine regularity in adults, but she's here today to speak to us about post-traumatic growth in highly sensitive individuals.
Thank you very much for that introduction. So I was very lucky to have Professor Michael Plues as my supervisor during my undergraduate studies, which meant that I received a robust and early introduction to environmental sensitivity. And years later, while working on a meta-analysis on the relationship between post-traumatic stress symptoms and post-traumatic growth, I started wondering about the potential role of environmental sensitivity within this association. So we know that individuals high in sensitivity tend to be more affected by negative events and also more responsive to supportive, enriching experiences. But I began to wonder, could this sensitivity also influence the extent to which someone derives meaning or psychological growth following a traumatic experience? In other words, could it be that sensitivity not only predicts negative effects in the face of adversity and positive effects following beneficial experiences, but also potentially benefits from adversity? So, as my meta-analysis demonstrated, post-traumatic stress symptoms and post-traumatic growth are not mutually exclusive. On the contrary, they often co-occur. Individuals who report higher levels of post-traumatic stress tend to also report higher levels of growth. So post-traumatic growth refers to the experience of psychological growth following trauma exposure, such as increased intimacy and connection with others, spiritual growth, and also an increased sense of personal strength. And interestingly, while the PTSD post-traumatic growth relationship is often found to be significant when tested linearly, it seems to be less straightforward than this. So, in fact, several studies, including my own meta-analysis, suggest a curved linear pattern with post-traumatic growth tending to peak at moderate levels of post-traumatic stress. At the same time, sensitivity is a nuanced trait, not just a vulnerability factor. The ability to register and deeply process environmental input, which is a hallmark of sensitivity, might also support the kinds of cognitive restructuring processes that underlie post-traumatic growth. So theoretically, this made me wonder, is there a sweet spot of sensitivity where individuals are reactive enough to be affected, but not so reactive as to become overwhelmed? So this is where this present study came in. So this was the first study to directly test the role of environmental sensitivity in post-traumatic growth following DSM-defined trauma exposure. And we also had the additional aim of examining whether sensitivity might also moderate the well-established link between PTSD and post-traumatic growth. So we measured environmental sensitivity using the 12-item highly sensitive person scale, which captures 3 distinct facets, as other people have already gone through. So aesthetic sensitivity, which is more aligned with sensitivity to positive influences, and then ease of excitation and low sensory threshold, which aligned more with sensitivity to negative influences. And our sample included 302 adults from the general population, the majority of whom reported a very high trauma exposure, more than twice the global average, with the participants reporting a mean score of 6.6, meaning that participants had on average been exposed to 6.6 DSM-defined traumatic events. So our first analysis tested the direct association between overall sensitivity and post-traumatic growth, and the linear model was not significant. However, once we introduced a quadratic term, testing for a curvilinear relationship, the model became significant. So post-traumatic growth peaked at moderate to high sensitivity levels at a sensitivity score of 5.2 out of 7, and it dropped off at the more extreme ends of the spectrum, which this graph demonstrates. So very low sensitivity might limit the emotional depth needed for growth, but conversely, very high sensitivity might overwhelm an individual's capacity to integrate the experience. So this already indicated a more complex relationship than we initially anticipated, but we were also interested in how sensitivity might interact with PTSD symptoms in predicting post-traumatic growth. So here we conducted a moderation analysis, and the interaction between sensitivity and PTSD was significant, but it was negative, meaning that as sensitivity increased, the positive relationship between PTSD and post-traumatic growth decreased. So we then explored this further using simple slopes and region of significance analysis, and these showed that the post-traumatic growth and PTSD link was only significantly positive at low sensitivity levels, specifically below a sensitivity score of about 4.2, which represented roughly 22% of the sample. And specifically, the PTSD post-traumatic growth link was the strongest at a sensitivity score of 1.67, which reflects a very low sensitivity score. And at average and high sensitivity levels, the PTSD post-traumatic growth association became weaker and even slightly negative, though it was non-significant. So sensitivity is not a monolithic construct. So in exploratory analysis, we broke down sensitivity into the 3 facets, and we tested them individually as moderators. For brevity, I'll present only the moderation result of aesthetic sensitivity, which is the facet that we theorize to be most closely linked to growth. And interestingly, while aesthetic sensitivity showed a direct positive correlation with post-traumatic growth in the bivariate analysis, it did not moderate the PTSD and post-traumatic growth link. And this is notable because aesthetic sensitivity is thought to reflect vantage sensitivity or openness to positive influences. So, what does this all mean? So our findings suggest that sensitivity plays a nuanced, double-edged role in psychological growth after trauma. There does appear to be a sweet spot. So moderate to high sensitivity, especially in the absence of overwhelming PTSD symptoms, might facilitate growth. But when both sensitivity and PTSD symptoms are high, individuals might become emotionally flooded, which makes it difficult to integrate the experience in a way that support growth, a phenomenon that we interpret as a kind of saturation effect. And at the facet level, only aesthetic sensitivity correlated positively with post-traumatic growth, but it did not moderate the PTSD post-traumatic growth link. And this likely reflects missing contextual factors, such as social support, rather than a limitation of sensitivity itself, since sensitivity, as we know, expresses itself through interactions with the environment. So in other words, it might be that aesthetic sensitivity only facilitates growth when paired with supportive external resources, which our statistical models didn't account for. Yes, okay. So there are, of course, limitations. So our study was cross-sectional, which means that we can't make any claims about causality or change over time. And we also used retrospective measures of post-traumatic growth, which have been found to be vulnerable to cognitive biases. And our sample was predominantly white, female, well-educated, and as we saw earlier, also highly traumatized, so that limits the generalizability. Yeah, nonetheless, this study offers the first empirical insight into how sensitivity might shape the capacity for growth following DSM-defined trauma. And these findings might highlight that sensitivity might reflect a dual susceptibility to trauma, to both negative and positive outcomes, which might require us to move beyond models that consider only one or the other. And I guess my time is up now. Yeah. Thank you very much for listening. I'll be happy to.
Thank you so much for this fascinating talks. Are there any questions from the audience? Maybe I then start with a question.
Okay.
Well, I know that you also are a PhD in clinical psychology.
Yeah.
So I was curious because you have this finding of excessive sensitivity where no more post-traumatic growth is found.
Yeah.
I was curious how exactly you see this as excessive sensitivity, and I'm not saying that is the case, but I'm very curious about your stance. Would you think that we should maybe even introduce some sort of psychometric or clinical threshold above which we can say sensitive people are maybe struggling or more impaired?
Yeah, I think it relates to, you know, the more sensitive a person is, the more sensitive they are to the negative impact of trauma as well.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, it creates this saturation effect, as I talked about. So I think, you know, this was a kind of pilot study, so to speak. So I think we need to do more research to kind of understand this threshold effect more precisely.
Yeah.
But I do think that high sensitivity, as we've seen, it is a double-edged sword. So there is a risk for excessive PTSD, for example, following trauma exposure, which might limit opportunities for growth. But it would definitely be interesting to do more research on that to try to understand what this threshold effect is about and the interaction between different outcomes.
And do you think we maybe should even introduce some sort of cutoff point, or will that not be helpful to the field?
Think it could potentially be, but I think there's going to be, as I presume, I think there will be complex interaction effects with sensitivity. So someone might score very high on sensitivity, but maybe they have a lot of support in place, for example, which kind of helps them mitigate the more negative outcomes. And so on. I think the interaction effects are probably
probably a lot of heterogeneity also that may make it difficult to really define a clear cutoff point.
I think so.
Continuum. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the time. One question from the online, short question.
Okay. So from the chat, there's a question. Can one say that people with high sensory processing sensitivity have more resilience than the average when in a positive environment?
I think there are other people who are more qualified to answer that question. But in my understanding, I think from what research shows is that someone who is highly sensitive, when they grow up in a very positive enriching environment, they tend to thrive more so than a child or a person who is in the same environment, in the same positive environment. So yeah, I mean, resilience is a very complex construct. I've done some research on this, and the definitions and the conceptualizations of it are just all over the place, really. So it's really hard to define what resilience really is. But yeah, if we talk about thriving, then definitely I would say, based on the research that I've read, that they're more likely to thrive.
The topic of resilience is also coming back briefly in the panel discussion, so maybe that will add a different layer to the explanation. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Before I release you guys into the coffee break, and wanted to announce the poster session that is combined with the coffee break the next hour. We have 23 fantastic posters, and I would like to encourage you to vote for the best posters. So on the program, which I have here, you can see a QR code. So please scan this, select your 3 favorite posters, and you can rate them on your overall impression. So both the content, but also how the impression is, overall impression you have of the poster.
Now we have this panel discussion section, which will focus on environmental sensitivity, well-being, and mental health. And I'm here to introduce our speakers. These sessions will be moderated by Professor Michael Pluess, and we thank him for all the work he has done for organizing this great event today. And as contributors, we have Professor Corina Greven from Radboud Medical Center, an expert on environmental sensitivity, well-being, and ADHD, also in particular, relevant for this section. Then we have Tom Falkenstein, clinical psychotherapist with a background in cognitive psychology. He works in private practice, but he also a doctoral student at working with Michael Pluess at Queen Mary University of London, and the author of the Highly Sensitive Man book. And thanks also to Elena Lupo for joining us. She's the founder and president of the HSP Italian Association. She's an HSP trained consultant, and she has a background and expertise on psychosomatic aspects and therapeutical aspects, and she works with parents and teachers. And thanks for coming also to Dr. Elizabeth Roxburgh, a psychological counselor and a senior lecturer. She works at the master courses at Christchurch University of Canterbury as a senior leader for applied clinical courses. Thanks for your presence here.
Thank you very much. All right, so thanks a lot to the panel for agreeing to this discussion. We have heard already a little bit about the relationship between sensitivity and mental health. We just wanted to use this opportunity to discuss a bit more in depth. Why is this relationship there, and what should we do about it? So I prepared a few questions for each of our panelists. So we'll first have a discussion here, and then there's opportunities to discuss as well. Yes, some people not here. All right, I will speak directly into it. Is that working better? That's working better, I know already. So yes, we'll have a bit of a discussion here with my questions, and then we'll be able to take questions or suggestions from the whole room and online as well. So my first question is for Corina. And are highly sensitive people really more vulnerable to mental health challenges? What does the empirical research suggest?
Thank you. A very nice opening question. I would say that we have very strong indications that highly sensitive people are more vulnerable in terms of their mental health. So most studies have actually focused on links between SPS and anxiety and depression. There's also a meta-analysis that I hear is coming out soon that my neighbor, Tom Falkenstein, has been conducting that shows that sensitivity links to anxiety and depression measures assessed via self-report with an effect size roughly 0.4. So not a strong effect size, but there seems to be a clear and consistent link. However, I think there are some methodological caveats that I would also like to encourage the field to look at in more detail. And one of them is that most of these studies didn't correct for confounders such as neuroticism. We already know neuroticism is a well-known risk factor for anxiety, depression, internalizing symptoms. So I think that more studies should look into taking this into account also as a confounding variable. We also have almost all studies in using self-report of anxiety and depression. And I think it is very important to look at the experiences of people, to look at their self-reports, but I think it would be great to add some more objective measurements also. Maybe something like medical health records would be a tool to look at it more objectively, or maybe even something like we have seen links to self-report burnout, but do we also find this back in sick day leaves, days of absence, physiological stress response? I know Sophie Wein had a very nice poster that didn't find links between high sensitivity and physiological measures of stress response, but I also know, yeah, maybe we need to increase the sample size to replicate this finding. But I think that that will be important to really consolidate these links, also epidemiological samples, bigger samples. So most samples were population-based samples, more selected samples. So I think that it will be very interesting and relevant to make this link between sensitivity and mental health burdens harder. Not because I want to show that sensitive people are doing necessarily bad, but because I think it's very important to show also in terms of funding bodies, to show if there's a link, then we want to show it with strong facts. And if it is explained only by confounding variables, then we also want to know that. Then we want to say, yeah, you should target these confounding variables like neuroticism and not sensitivity itself, because it doesn't explain beyond. But I think these questions are really still open.
Thank you very much. So basically, there is an association, but it's mostly based on self-report measures rather than clinical assessments and diagnostic measures. Could you tell us a little bit more about this, the association correlation of 0.4? Is that much? Is that little? How would you?
Well, it's more small to medium effect. Yeah.
And do you have any idea how that compares to other sort of risk factors for mental health?
Well, I know that it's similar to the neuroticism, to the effect size that neuroticism, how it relates to stress-related problems. So that is comparable. Also in a recent study by my postdoc based on data from the Healthy Brain study, the study Judith Homberg presented on this morning, we did find that sensitivity is linked. It was especially to definitely burnout and I think also depression, even after controlling for neuroticism. So the effects attenuated, but they remained. So they became small actually after controlling it. But in essence, that means that this study found that sensitivity is still linked to anxiety, to burnout and depression, even after controlling for neuroticism. Yeah.
Great.
So
That's really an important finding because it suggests it's not just neuroticism. Actually, we did some work where we looked at just the positive aspects of sensitivity and how they relate to mental health, and they were still associated, which I thought was quite interesting. All right, that brings me to the next question. Why is that the case? My question for Liz, what underlying mechanisms could contribute to this increased risk for mental health? What do we know about biological, psychological, environmental factors that might explain the higher risk for sensitive people to develop these more common mental health problems? Oh, microphone. You need to share this microphone. I get to keep my own.
Quite a huge question to respond to. And I think we've kind of covered quite a lot of the stuff today. It's been really interesting. But I do have a few thoughts, I guess, based on my own research, based on my own experiences identifying as being a highly sensitive person. So I think with any kind of mental health problems, there isn't any one single underlying theory that can explain why people might develop psychological problems or be diagnosed with a psychological problem. It's really important to look at the predisposing, precipitating, perpetuating factors which might contribute to somebody having emotional problems. And in clinical psychology, what's the norm now is to use an individualized case formulation approach, looking at why somebody may be developing these problems from an individual perspective, and that will draw on individual factors like biological factors or psychological factors, but also systemic factors as well, family dynamics, socioeconomic issues, which are often neglected, I think, in mental health. As a person-centered counsellor, I'm a bit biased, so my perspective is that problems have their origins in human relating, and individuals have often not been validated or accepted when they were in childhood, which has resulted in emotional problems. And we've seen, I guess, in research from Grant Benham, for example, that sensory processing sensitivity has been linked to adverse childhood experiences. Sometimes, that can contribute to depression, I think was your paper. So I think trauma is a big factor in most psychological problems. It's a big predisposing factor in a lot of so-called mental disorders. And I think that might be true as well for highly sensitive people. The empirical and theoretical research from a neurobiological perspective, we've kind of heard about that today. That tells us that people have got a highly sensitive nervous system. Bianca Acevedo talks extensively about this in The Highly Sensitive Brain. The theory that, I guess there's evolutionary theory, isn't there, that these kind of traits have evolved in a percentage of the population to serve an adaptive and protective function. So highly sensitive people might be more likely to experience anxiety because of that fight, flight, freeze response, that higher activation of the automatic nervous system produces physiological changes in the body to prepare the organism for defensive action. So highly sensitive people might be more kind of prone to that. We know from the work of Francesca and Michael in their recent paper, Experiencing and Processing of Emotions, that highly sensitive people process emotions more deeply. And that's been confirmed in fMRI studies, in also qualitative research as well. People have talked about being more exposed to the emotions of others, picking up on the emotions of others. So in part, this can explain the emotional reactivity. If you're constantly processing information, if you're picking up on the emotions of others, it's going to be quite draining. And we do find that, resulting in burnout. There's quite a few studies now that have looked at specific professionals, dentists, nurses, therapists, where sensory processing sensitivity has been associated with higher burnout, partly due to workload, life's stressful, but also that compassion fatigue as well. And I think finally, if there's time, I just wanted to kind of reflect on sociocultural factors as well, because that is often neglected. So a lot of mental health problems in general are the result of poverty, economic issues, discrimination, and also what is considered normal and abnormal in our society, social norms. And sensitivity isn't particularly well regarded with some communities. I guess it's seen as a weakness. We know from qualitative research that people feel as if they don't fit in society often. So I think what's really important in looking at the underlying factors is to ask people what's happened to you rather than what is wrong with you. So we live in a disordered society rather than we are disordered.
Thanks a lot. I find especially the cultural factors quite interesting. Is something that we often ignore as psychologists. But actually, Yan, where are you? Oh, there. So Yan has been collecting data in China and the UK in undergraduate students. And we do find that sensitivity in the UK is associated with more negative perceptions. And in China, it's sort of the opposite. It's sort of appreciated, recognized construct or trait, and then we do actually find positive associations with their well-being. So Chinese students who rate themselves as sensitive, they report higher well-being, whereas UK students that report themselves as more sensitive report lower well-being. So quite contrasting findings just based on cultural differences. Yeah.
Introversion as well. I think our society is particularly set up for extroverted people. But I guess we also find that with psychosis as well. So in non-Western populations, hearing voices is seen as a gift rather than a symptom of schizophrenia.
Great. Well, my next question is for Tom and is about actual treatment. So Tom, you've been a psychotherapist for 15 years?
Started the training 20 years ago, and I got the accreditation 15 years ago.
Yeah, so a highly experienced psychotherapist. What do you think? Should mental health treatment, should it be adapted for highly sensitive individuals, given that it's such a significant risk factor? And if so, how exactly? What would help highly sensitive people to benefit from therapy?
Yeah, I think I think it's a really interesting question. I think a little bit of both. I think yes and no, it should be adapted. My impression is that disorder-specific interventions are there for a reason and they have use. So therefore, obviously, we should not just neglect them. And if we see, let's say, if I see a highly sensitive client for depression or, I don't know, psychosis or whatever it is, then obviously I would approach the treatment very much by the disorder-specific interventions to begin with. So I think there's value obviously in that. And sometimes I get emails from people who think they're highly sensitive, identify as highly sensitive, and they tell me, oh, I've seen all these therapists, and I just need a therapist who is specialized in high sensitivity. And I'm always a little bit skeptical of that. Having said that, I do think that, as we've seen today, that sensitivity comes with certain facets, and all those facets can be quite, can be challenging, particularly the depth of processing, which is, is lovely, I think, and it's something I really cherish in our trade. On the other hand, I also think it can lead to rumination and creating very anxiety-provoking thoughts. So I think what it offers, the concept, is in a way more like a transdiagnostic perspective by the therapist, by focusing on maybe issues associated with depth of processing, issues associated with the tendency to overstimulate, to feel overstimulated, issues associated with emotional activity, and in a way that I think as a practitioner then helps us to tailor the treatment to the client. So in that regard, I think yes, we need to adapt it, but I think both aspects are important. And what I would also want to say, I think sometimes what doesn't get mentioned is that the therapeutic relationship is really important. So it is interventions, and it is tools, and hopefully to tackle some of the issues that the client might face, maybe linked to their sensitivity. But I also think the therapeutic relationship is really the most important tool that will decide whether it's going to be an effective therapy. And therefore, I would really encourage clients who are sensitive and who look for a therapist to really think about, maybe see a couple of therapists and really think about, okay, how does this therapist make me feel? Do I feel listened to? Do I feel taken seriously? Do I feel respected? Do I feel this person, values me? And maybe even mention your sensitivity. I think that's also important, that you mention to the therapist, I think I might be highly sensitive, or I'm very sensitive, and just get a sense of what the response is, because some colleagues still don't think it's particularly, it's a bit sort of hocus pocus, I think, and other colleagues are very open to the idea. I think there's a shift, and I just think really it's important for highly sensitive clients just to raise it with their therapists. And if there's a sense that the therapist doesn't quite believe it or doesn't really see it as something quite integral to you, then I would probably not see that therapist. So for me, in my work, it is important to have in mind, is the person sensitive? So if someone sees me for anxiety or depression, obviously that's what I first focus on. But in my head, I very quickly see it as an important element for the formulation of the client's issue, just like core beliefs or maladaptive schemas. So in that regard, I think it's really important as a clinician, as a practitioner, to have that in mind, the concept and the question, is the person highly sensitive? And then if the client is open to the idea, you might want to raise it at one point, just see what the response is.
Great. What came to mind again is something that, as mentioned several times today, that sensitive people benefit from things that are good for all people.
Yes.
Maybe not there's not a specific need that they have. What is, social support is good for most people, but specifically for highly sensitive individual, maybe that applies to therapy as well. But I was wondering, given your experience, having treated, having seen people that are highly sensitive and less sensitive as well, are sensitive individuals easier to treat, or they're more difficult to treat? Or
I find them easier to treat because I'm sensitive, so I find it helps me. I find it easier. Just a therapeutic relationship again with someone who's not particularly sensitive. I find that obviously does something to the therapeutic relationship again. So I don't know whether they're easier to treat generally, but I think they're usually. I don't know, but I think I really enjoy working with my sensitive clients because I think it allows a certain depth. So again, I bring it back to the depth. I think there's often a certain depth in those sessions, and I think that depth is something I really value as a practitioner, and hopefully they as well.
I'm not a clinician, but I had the experience with a colleague of mine who's highly sensitive, wasn't really aware of it, but was struggling with mental health. And I said, you could be highly sensitive. And then I suggested some positive psychology interventions, like the 3 blessings. I don't know if you know that. Before you go to bed, you think of the 3 positive things that you did each day. And I just recommended to her to do that. And to my surprise, she did that, and quite conscientiously was doing that. And that's maybe something I've seen in quite a few sensitive people. They are more likely to actually do the things that you recommend because they connect with it. Whereas other people might hear it, it sounds good, but then they go away and they actually don't do it.
But maybe particularly if you matter to them, and if they value their relationship, and therefore what you suggested to this colleague was probably of importance to her, right? Yeah.
Right. Well, next question is for Elena. You're a practitioner. You're working as a therapist, as a coach as well, right?
I'll explain.
Yes, you'll explain. I'll leave it to you to explain that. But based on your experience, how well informed are mental health professionals about sensitivity as a trait?
So, first thing, I'm sorry, but I'm not often speak English, and so I'm not so good on this language, and I'm overwhelmed by the day. So I need my notes to make me understand. I was a clinical psychologist and a body-oriented psychotherapist, but 2 years ago I decided to left clinical area in Italy. And the sanitary order in Italy, we have orders that decide the way you have to work. And so I left as HSP, this kind of Italian way to do my work, because I wanted to do my work as in my way. And so now my label is a consultant, because in Italy you can't say you are a psychologist if they don't allow you to say that you are this. So about mental health professionals in Italy, there are many difficulties.
and many prejudices about this. I wrote down some of them to share them with you. Many professionals think that it's a new age topic. It's something that you can use to avoid the diagnosis. It's something that is not genetical, but only post-traumatic disease. It's something like depression or neuroticism or anxiety disorder. It's a new fashion of media, of social media. It's something like autism spectrum, is lack of emotional regulation. And now we have an emergence in Italian about adolescent fragility and suicide cases. And so now we read on the journals, sensitive adolescent suicide themselves. So we have a problem in Italy about this. But we have also positive aspects. And just here today, I met 6 or 7 people that work in Italy in university. So I'm very happy about this. And as an international consultant on high sensitivity and founder of Italian Association, I trained these last 6 years, 8 editions of training for professionals. So now we have therapists, psychiatrists, neuropsychiatrists, especially in the north of Italy, maybe from 50 to 80, and 2 hospital equipes that work with high sensitivity. So I'm happy about this. And many life coaches, counselors, consultants, teachers, and educational professionals that we are training and that are considering this topic in their work in Italy. So this is the landscape about this topic.
Thank you very much. Tom and Liz, is that your similar experience that there's less known about that? Maybe share the microphone quickly. Just given you from the UK background and maybe the German background.
I'm not actually in practice at
Yeah.
the moment, so it's enough kind of working in a university lecturing students. But I think I did do some research with therapists who identify as being highly sensitive about their experiences. It was more in terms of how they manage burnout and empathy. So yeah, that was quite interesting. So, and I guess they were more from a humanistic perspective. I'm kind of generalizing here, and it might be a big assumption that more kind of humanistic, transpersonal kind of psychologists accept the trait rather than maybe clinical psychologists. I know where you're a clinical psychologist, CBT, cognitive behavioral therapist. So in terms of my interactions with people and in academia as well, there's still not big acceptance of thinking academia in terms of the trait is quite similar to what you said in terms of the prejudices and the alternative explanations that people come up with rather than accepting it as an actual personality trait, I think. So
Thank you. Maybe Tom's perspective from Germany. I know there's some clinics in Germany as well.
Yes, I'm not sure I could really say it. I feel there's been a shift maybe in the last 10 years or so, that it's been more accepted. And I know there's a clinic in Germany that focuses on it. However, when we tried to, we're currently doing a clinical study, and I think our experience was that, there might be other reasons, but it was quite difficult finding clinics who were enthusiastic about it. So I find it difficult to say, really.
Okay, but I guess generally what we've seen is that there's, at least according to my experience, the construct seems to be a little bit more accepted today than it was maybe 5-10 years ago, but there's still a long way to go. And I think that's where the research that many of you are involved in is really key in, changing the perception from, oh, this is just something, a random thing that is not really evidence-based, to something that actually we do have evidence. We have biological markers of it. We understand how the brain is related how it functions in regards to sensitivity. Yeah.
Say, I guess currently it isn't in training programs for clinical psychologists or counsellors. So that's something that, you know, could be done in the future to progress this forward for more acceptance. It's really difficult. I know it's really challenging in terms of the curriculum you've got to cover in those training programs, and it's, you know, tough as it is in terms of all the psychological models and psychological problems that you've got to cover. But I think that would be really a good way forward if that could be incorporated into the training. I know it's something that I try to incorporate in my teaching on the applied clinical psychology masters for students, and they really appreciate it because a lot of them identify with the trait as well.
Yeah, that sounds very important. Well, one of the questions, the most frequent questions that I get is when I talk about my research on sensitivity, people asking me, well, is this like autism? Is this autism, or how does this relate to ADHD? So, Corinna, is there a link between sensitivity and neurodevelopmental conditions in relation to mental health?
So briefly to say, I have a background in ADHD research. So this was the topic I worked on before I switched to sensitivity. And now I also work on studying the links. And I have a lot of good connections with Dutch associations for ADHD. Also some connections to autism representatives as part of a big autism grant. And one thing I can say is that speaking to people with ADHD, even doing quantitative surveys in more than 200 people that are diagnosed with ADHD, adults with ADHD, as part of this ADHD association, is that many people with ADHD recognize themselves in the trait. They say, oh yeah, I'm highly sensitive. It was even in our survey, it came as the most mentioned trait that people with ADHD, adults with ADHD, said they recognize themselves in. And also from conversations with autism representatives, my PhD student Anna and I, we recently had a conversation. They also said, yeah, this topic is really important to us, sensory processing, also sensory processing sensitivity. We really want to know more about it. So one thing I can say for sure is that, yeah, there is a lot of interest from the community seeing the relevance of this topic. In terms of science, there are a few studies. These are all population studies, so not in clinical samples, based on self-reported ADHD or autistic traits. And these studies tend to find small to approaching medium correlations, maybe about 0.4 correlations between the highly sensitive person scale and ADHD or autistic traits. So there are some small correlations. However, when we looked with other questionnaires, like the sensory processing sensitivity questionnaire, so this is the new questionnaire originating from Veronique de Krucht's lab that assesses sensitivity more broadly and more aspects of it, we actually didn't find any correlation between sensitivity, SPS, and neither ADHD or autistic traits at the total score level. So this is still a little bit of puzzling how it can be that there's so much recognition also by people with ADHD, but then the correlations are actually much smaller or even absent when we look at the actual data. And I have a few thoughts on this. One thing I believe that I think we're all aware the highly sensitive person scale, amazing scale to set the field, get the field going. But we also know, since 1997, since it was developed, many years have passed, and we know it has limitations. And actually in conversation also with the autism representative, they said actually with the HSP items, scale items, they say, yeah, we recognize ourselves in this. But then they also looked at the sensory processing sensitivity questionnaire items, and they say, yeah, here we recognize ourselves in some of them, but others, like the socio-affective sensitivity, which has items like recognizing small facial expressions, or if somebody is sad but looking happy. They said, but there we see a clear differentiation. So one explanation could be that maybe the highly sensitive person scale doesn't differentiate well enough from autistic and ADHD trait, that the discriminant validity isn't good enough. So I think it will be really nice to look more with some of the new questionnaires, such as the sensory processing sensitivity questionnaire. I know Gubler lab has also developed a new DOES scale. Yeah, we have with you and Francesca and Elaine Arendt and others, we have developed the highly sensitive person revised scale, which is out as a preprint now. So I think it will be interesting to look at these new measures for sure, and also to look more at actual clinical populations. So all we have now is small samples, ADHD, autistic traits, but there aren't any published studies yet that actually used samples that are diagnosed. And yeah, maybe some of you saw the poster out there. So there will be a study coming on this. There will be a PhD project coming on this by Anna Pratt. Yeah, but I think we really need to look more at the clinical diagnosis and also and the children. Right now, there are only studies in adults, so still a lot more to explore in any case.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the measurement is absolute key. Obviously, we know that from much of our research, depending on the measures that you use, you may find different things. And to be aware of the limitations of the different measures, all the strengths of the different measures.
And also to look what's underlying. I mean, a correlation is a correlation, but it may be more superficial looking overlap, but underlying mechanisms may differ. But yeah, and of course, also always important to say that there's a lot of heterogeneity. So yeah, we could also have ADHD and HSP co-occurring, and then you may also have some contradictory tendencies in the same person. So like the impulsivity in ADHD and then the pausing to check in HSP, but it can still co-occur, but then you have within the person these contradictory tendencies, which can make life a little bit harder for people.
Thank you. We'll have to keep the next questions a little bit shorter. That's my fault. But the next questions are really a bit more about the positive aspects of sensitivity and mental health. So, Liz, what role do you think does prevention play in promoting well-being in HSPs? What proactive strategies might help highly sensitive people to maintain good mental health?
I think we have kind of spoken about them quite a bit today, and I think like we've acknowledged it's stuff that everybody is probably can do. But there is, I guess, research from qualitative studies with people that actually identify as being highly sensitive. And I think that's a distinction that does need to be made. A lot of the quantitative research does use the measure, but people who identify as being highly sensitive have lived experience of it, incorporating it into their identity and living with that personality trait on a daily basis in their interactions. So the research from that is really valuable. Not to say that the quantitative research isn't, it's important to have the mixed methods approach. So we've got the studies from Becky Black, who we heard talk today. Batt et al. Also did a study with the Dutch population. My own research used interpretive phenomenological analysis with the UK sample, with both people that identify as being highly sensitive and with therapists that identify as being highly sensitive. And then I think Roth et al. Also did a qualitative study in Germany. And all these studies combined, tell us the same thing, really, that what's really important is connecting with nature, having the right balance between socializing and solitude, supportive relationships, self-awareness, self-acceptance, and also boundaries as well. So I think it's really important that people, I guess, develop their own unique intervention plan, their own prevention plan, which is personal to them. And that might involve personal development, which could be with a therapist, a mentor, a life coach, or even in reflective practice. Keeping a gratitude journal. There's loads of evidence now for gratitude linking to well-being. Having close relationships is really important. So we've heard some research about loneliness today. I think Mikoski did a study in 2025 on loneliness as well, and they actually found what highly sensitive people suffer with is more emotional loneliness rather than social loneliness. So it's about having close, intimate relationships where you can feel connected, where your experiences are normalized and validated. yeah, solitude, emotional regulation, finding calming strategies, I guess, really important for children that are highly sensitive, helping them with breathing techniques, you know, helping them with like getting involved in creative tasks, something that's an outlet for their emotions, and just helping them to feel loved for who they are, really. I think acceptance is most important in preventing mental health problems, and then also raising awareness. So we've mentioned, you know, how important it is to raise awareness in education, in workplaces, in training, and also to have more workshops. There's lots of peer support now for people who are identified as highly sensitive. I'm not sure if somebody's here. I don't know what the group is, but you can actually connect up with HSPs in your area and see where people are, you know, so you can have those close connections. There's meetup groups as well. So I think that sense of community is really important.
Great, thank you very much. I really like what you mentioned about balance. I think that's probably key for many things. That it's particularly important for highly sensitive people to balance. Tom,
yes,
how can high sensitivity be an advantage for maintaining good mental health, and how can we reframe sensitivity as a strength in therapy and broader culturally?
So I think, you know, as therapists, we often help reframing highly sensitive clients, you know, some of the experience they're having. And I think just seeing certain things maybe not necessarily linked to their psychopathology, but linked to their sensitivity. And I think that is obviously really, really important, in my opinion. So psychoeducation is important, helping to reframe is important. And I think it's also, I mean, I don't have any come back this up with studies, but my sense is really exploring resources that are linked to the client's sensitivity, because I do think there are quite a lot of, you know, as we heard today, you know, for example, nature, but again also this sort of, you know, this the enjoyment of depth, I think, can be a real quality and a real resource. And I think what we can do as therapists is help to link certain, you know, help the client to develop and to find out what those resources are that they are linked to their sensitivity. So that strikes me as important. And of course, all the other things that, you know, that you mentioned. Please.
Great, thanks a lot. Now, we've already touched a little bit on the topic of resilience. So my question for you, Helena, is what do we know about psychological resilience among highly sensitive individuals? Are all highly sensitive individuals more vulnerable to develop psychological problems?
I love this question. Yes, because it's the other reason that I moved from a clinical point of view to the empowerment point of view. So it's also an inner choice for me, because in the Ellen Aron's book, Psychotherapy and Highly Sensitive Person, she wrote that the minority of people that will be the majority of your clients, but not for clinical problems only. And she mentioned any things that highly sensitive people make experience in their life that are not clinical topic. For example, overstimulation, relationships problem, emotional reactivity, self-esteem, sense of diversity, and the difficulty of conform with the mainstream code, which is not ours. And the external listening, that is the point of view of others that always influence and condition our life every day. And in my experience in these 14 years that I work with highly sensitive people, what I saw is there's a lot of difference between HSPs that ask help and find a guide, whatever whatever it means, a guide that, in my experience, can teach you to improve resilience in the first point of view, legitimating yourself in your way of functioning and not others' way. self-empathy, because we have so empath with others and so less empath with ourselves. So turn the empath also to yourself. Improve intuition, because it's another of our strong advantages, I think, but we don't have faith in our intuition, or many Italian HSP don't have faith. Strategies of self-care and coping with emotion. We heard a lot about this today. But another thing that I found very, very important is finding a higher sense of life, a spirituality point of view, which is not religious point of view, not only religious point of view, but have faith in higher sense of life and higher sense of our mission here, our role in the world, in the society. And this is the main factor in my experience that lead NHSPs to empowerment. And empowerment, in my experience, means knowledge, awareness, and faith. So, like Annette said at one of our congresses last year, all the HSPs can be leaders. Leaders in the sense of lead. So make others see the world as we see it. And so I strongly believe in this role we have in society. And when I meet highly sensitive people, I try to help them to grow their self-efficacy. And self-efficacy is something that you can improve in 3 ways. You have experience of success. You see another like you, is similar to you, that have success in his life. And you meet someone who believes in you more than you do. And so this is my first goal with highly sensitive. In you, more than you have.
Thank you very much. So we have, I want to open it up to the room if there are any questions. If you have questions, please keep them short. If you give answers, please keep them short. So we'll take a few questions from here and maybe some from online if there are any. Yeah, go ahead.
It's easy to it's easier for them to comprehend. So how language reflects that.
Okay. Yeah, so the contribution more than a question was to emphasize the importance of actual connection between people, that they feel emotionally connected and understood, so the importance of language. Yeah.
But I just want to add something quickly to that. I do sometimes wonder whether we are, those HSPs, quite good at creating closeness and depth with others, if we're willing to, to go there, and if we're trusting our ability. And I think sometimes people who are less sensitive might quite welcome that. Maybe not always, but maybe it might also be, what a nice thing to experience. I don't know. So that's just a thought I had about that. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Let's take an online question.
So online, people have asked, are there certain therapy approaches that are more effective for HSPs than others?
Who wants to answer that? I mean, I might pass this on to you in a second, if you want. If you want, I don't think has anything done on that. I don't. I'm not aware of it.
Well, yeah, it's really difficult. I mean, I guess therapy in general, there is a book called Psychotherapy Relationships at Work by Norcross and Lambert. I might put it the wrong way around. And just kind of, I guess, superficially, they have found that actually it's not therapeutic orientation that's important. That only accounts for 15% of change. They are, another 15% is to do with placebo effects, just expecting people are going to get better when they go for therapy. 30% is actually to do with the therapeutic relationship, which I think is what you spoke about. And highly sensitive therapists in my own research have said that they get to relational depth quickly and easily with clients, and that they connect really easily and they get intuitive experiences. Actually, 40% of therapeutic change is to do with the client factors, motivation for change, social support. It's not actually to do with therapeutic orientation. But having said that, I guess some highly sensitive therapists have said things like emotion-focused therapy is quite useful for working with HSP clients.
Do we have another question from the room? Yes, go ahead. The question is, how important is the somatic experience? Could be some of the feelings. Who would like to?
You asked about somatic. I understand. Okay. My experience, I am a body approach, so it's oriented. In my experience, it's been very, very important for me to move only from the mind to the body and to expand my somatic experience, because we are overthinker. So if we remain all the time on thinking, in my personal experience, we don't reach the subcortical structures, and in conscious structures, it's more difficult to reach that path. In the body approach, in the somatic experience, we can add something, in my personal opinion, complementary in overthinking. So what we think and what we feel have to move together, in my opinion.
Thank you. Do we have another short question online?
Is there a difference in mental health between an introverted or an extroverted HSP?
Interesting question. Differences between introverted and extroverted sensitive individuals? No one wants to answer this. Well, I'd just like to say something on that, because so we've looked at a lot of personality traits, and we actually find very little association between sensitivity and intro and extroversion, which suggests that you have similar probabilities to be introverted or extroverted if you're highly sensitive. It's not necessarily the case that if you're highly sensitive, you're an introverted person, even though most people assume that that's the case. The evidence suggests that introversion of extroversion is actually not a very defining factor. Neuroticism is openness to experiences, but extroversion and introversion doesn't seem to be a huge factor. But obviously, I would suggest it's an important factor that you take into account in therapy, but it's relatively independent. There might be some association for some people, but you probably, yeah, will want to treat or select an approach for an extroverted, highly sensitive person might be slightly different than for an introverted one. We'll have to end here. So there's more time, hopefully later to discuss those questions. I'd like to end by having each of you say quickly, maybe just one thing. What is your main recommendation for highly sensitive people in order to maintain good mental health? Just your number one top tip. Just one. Just one. The microphone.
Really is too difficult to decide. Three.
You
Three.
can make it. You
Well,
just
I'll
have
three.
to be quick.
I'll be quick. Nature, balance, and connecting with other HSPs.
Practice mindfulness.
Nature and self-compassion.
Awareness, adjusting one's lifestyle, but also shaping the outside environment to fit sensitivity.
Thank you very much. Well, that brings our panel to a close. I think we could have gone on for a bit more, but thanks so much for your different perspectives from different parts of the world. We made sure that our panel is very international, that the speakers are very international, so we didn't have many people coming from the same country. So fantastic that you came and that you contributed to the panel. So join me in expressing our gratitude to them. Thank you very much. We're basically almost at the end of the formal part of the conference. It's not finished yet because there is drinks by the lake. The weather's not too bad. But we have outcomes of the posters. Have you all voted? No votes left? Okay, let me just update this. Okay, we have 3 winners. The first prize goes to surname Trentin from University of Trieste. Where are you? Come. Congratulations, Sylvia. Well done. Enjoy your prize. The next person is Alexandra Borger from, yeah. Well done. Congratulations. Well done. And the last prize is Karin Carter from all the way from New Zealand. Well done. Congratulations. Fantastic. So thanks to everyone for voting. And thanks also to all the others that submitted a poster and presented well. It seemed that there was a good energy at the poster session, lots of conversation. So it was really great to see that. We have now come to the end of the formal part. I'd like to thank all presenters for their interesting talks and as well the posters. I would like to Francesca and Corinna for organizing the conference with me. And I'd like to thank Jerry. Is Jerry around? Not even in here. But Gabriela, Jenny and Yan, and also the catering staff and all the other university staff that were helping out with the conference. It took a lot of people to get this together. So thanks a lot, and let's give them an applause. So there will be a next conference. We'll have a conference next year as well. It will be the 4th International Conference on Sensitivity Research. It will likely take place in May, but the exact date and location have still to be finalized. So, but we'll let you know as soon as possible. If you need a certificate of attendance, then this is possible, but rather than sending a certificate to all of you, maybe many of you don't actually need that. If that's something that you need, please send us an email and we'll send you the certificate of attendance. That is also true for those online. So if you're online and you'd like the certificate of attendance, then please send us that. And also we know whether you attended or not. Today's conference has been recorded. The recording will be made available to all registered participants. So whether in person or online, you will get access to the recording. We'll have to edit that a little bit and we'll send you an email in a few weeks probably to let you know how to access the recording. We also would like to encourage you to sign up to our newsletter on sensitivityresearch.com and follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and X in order to receive information about ongoing research as well as any events. So we will inform about the next conference, mostly through these channels. We also have a blog on our website, and we encourage all the researchers, if you're working on a project or you've published something recently, then please consider sharing your results on our blog. We're happy to just get in touch with us. Gabrielle is managing the blogs and we'll share a template with you and you might reach more people that way. We also run, every 2 months, we run PhD and postdoc webinars. So we have an international group of PhD students that gather every second month. I think it has been a bit quiet the last few months, but we have a postdoc webinar, which is managed by Jenny and Sophie. If you're a PhD student or a postdoc, you're very welcome to join these. If you're interested, please send an email to info@sensitivityresearch.com or speak to Jenny or Sophie. Where's Sophie? Oh, there she is. Yeah. Great. You're now all invited to join us for the drinks, the reception by the lake. And then we have a dinner later at 7 for those that have registered for it. That's basically it. So I'd like to thank you all for attending. I hope you find the conference helpful, inspiring. I hope that out of this conference, there will emerge new collaborations and new connections. And we'll send an email in a few weeks with information about the recording, but also to ask for feedback for the next conference, how we can improve it. And yeah, have a great evening. Hopefully see many of you at the drinks. Don't be shy, stick around, speak to someone you haven't spoken before to, and make some friends and enjoy the evening and safe travels back to home as well. So thank you very much. Conference is closed.